And then the two leaders travelled to the Prime Minister's official residence at 7 Local Marg. Prime Minister Modi hosted a private dinner for Putin. The two leaders were seen inside the dinner meet. All smiles, their bonhomie on display. The warm reception at the airport and a private dinner at 7 Local Marg underlined the continuing strategic engagement between the two countries. Putin's visit to India will include summit talks, a business program, and meetings aimed at deepening defense, energy, and trade ties between India and Russia. Defense cooperation is expected to top the agenda, with energy, fertilizers, and trade also listed as priorities by both sides. The Kremlin has also highlighted possible discussions on air defense systems and fighter aircraft upgrades. Beyond defense, both governments say they will explore measures to boost bilateral trade and cooperation in energy and shipping, sectors India views as important for economic stability. Formal summit talks are scheduled for today, with a joint statement expected after the meetings.
Viewers, Russia and India, in a bid to strengthen the diplomatic ties, are now deep in diplomatic talks amid Russian President Vladimir Putin's two-day visit to our country. As he landed in New Delhi's Palam Airport, Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi was present to welcome him, and the two left in the same car as the latter hosted then a dinner for Vladimir Putin. Here's a quick report.
In a move that strengthens the diplomatic ties between Russia and India, Russian President Vladimir Putin landed in New Delhi's Palam Airport for a two-day visit. He was welcomed by Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the airport. A row of classical dancers engaged Prime Minister Modi and President Putin as they made their way from the aircraft to their vehicles. The visit and the conversations that had to ensue was soon kick-started as the two were seen leaving the airport in the same car. Prime Minister Modi took off in a white Fortuner with the Russian premier surrounded with security personnel and cars following in line. The two headed to 7 Local Marg from the airport, where the Indian Prime Minister hosted Putin for dinner.
And ahead of the India-Russia diplomatic talks that are to ensure, as President Putin arrived in India for a two-day visit, the defense ministers of both the countries held the 22nd session of the India-Russia Intergovernmental Commission Military and Military Technical Cooperation. This marks a strengthening of their diplomatic and defense ties. Here's a quick report.
India and Russia make strides in strengthening their economic ties with Russian President Putin's visit to India. The visit and its ensuing conversations are slated to cover a myriad of fronts for both countries, from energy to technology and trade, and mainly defense. In lieu of strengthening the defense front, Defense Minister Rajnath Singh co-chaired the 22nd session of India-Russia Intergovernmental Commission on Military and Military Technical Cooperation with his Russian counterpart on Thursday. Held at Manekshaw Center, New Delhi, the session saw both sides reiterate that the India-Russia relationship is based on a deep sense of trust, common principles, and mutual respect. Rajnath Singh voiced that the Indian government's determination for capacity building of its indigenous defense industry for both local production and exports under the vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat. He also stressed on new opportunities for enhancing collaboration between both countries across niche technologies. The Russian defense minister, on his end, emphasized on the country's bond as he went on to state that the Russian defense industry is ready to support India towards becoming self-reliant in the field of defense production. That's not all. He also invited Rajnath Singh to visit Russia to co-chair the 23rd session of IRIC MNMTC in 2026. The meeting ended with the two ministers signing the protocol of the 22nd IRIGC MNMTC reiterating the ongoing and prospective areas of cooperation. All eyes are now on the diplomatic conversations to be had and the deals to be made and ratified over Putin's visit to India.
Let's get you some more news from across the globe. The German Air Force has reportedly deployed fighter jets to Poland to strengthen NATO's eastern flank. Several Eurofighters took off from the Norvenich air base and headed for the Polish military airfield in Malbork, according to the German Air Force. The deployment is a response to recent reports of airspace violations by the Russian fighter jets in the Baltic Sea region and the entry of drones into NATO's territory. German Defense Minister had already announced the move in mid-October. The German Armed Force is also sending a contingent of around 150 men and women with the aircraft, including pilots, technicians, logistics, as well as security guards and military police. The deployment is initially planned to last until March. Afghanistan Foreign Minister on Thursday stressed that last week's shooting of two National Guard members by a suspect who is an Afghan national was unrelated to their government. He called the shooting in Washington, D.C. an individual incident and criticized the United States for its flurry of policies aimed at making it harder for some foreigners to enter or stay in the country. Strict measures are now directed at Afghans. An overnight airstrike near Gaza's southern city of Khan Yunis has killed 5 people from the same family. The Kuwait Specialized Field Hospital said on Thursday that it had received the bodies of 5 people, including 2 children, following the late Wednesday strike. The hospital also said that another 32 people were treated for wounds that sustained in the strike on the town of Mawasi. Relatives of the dead Palestinians wept and wailed over their loved ones' bodies being transported in white body flags through the city of Khan Yunis. Some relatives even voiced their outrage that people are still being killed during what is supposed to be a cessation of fighting. Israel said that it launched an airstrike on a Hamas militant in retaliation for an attack earlier in the day that wounded 5 Israeli soldiers. The strike was the latest test for a fragile ceasefire that has mostly held up since early October, despite claims of violations by both Israel and Hamas. China and France pledged deeper cooperation on global issues like the war in Ukraine and trade. French President Emmanuel Macron met with the China's President Xi Jinping in Beijing on Thursday morning as part of his 3-day state visit. They witnessed the signing of 12 cooperation documents between China and France, covering areas of higher education, investment and nuclear energy, dairy industry, culture, and a new round of giant panda conservation. Cartel violence has reshaped daily life across Mexico's city of Michoacan since the 2023 killing of Guadalupe's brother, a founder of the self-defense group, and a string of recent assassinations of prominent local figures. Even before the killing of a popular mayor in another town last month prompted a new military deployment by the Mexican government, some communities across Michoacan had already taken up arms to fend off the extortion of the cartels. Others found themselves trapped between the rival groups fighting over invisible borders in a state where criminal organizations fractured and realigned so rapidly that the authorities struggle to respond. As the Russian Premier has landed in New Delhi yesterday, commencing his 2-day diplomatic visit to India, the talks are going to ensue between Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi and President Putin, and are going to cover grounds from energy to technology to trade and also defense. And prominent in the defense talks is the Russian 5th generation fighter jet Sukhoi 57. Here's a quick report.
Ahead of President Putin's arrival, there is a talk of big defense deal in the air. That of Russian 5th generation fighter jets Sukhoi 57. Russia has offered unrestricted technology transfer in case India gets interested.
A possible deal can plug a gaping hole in India's fighter jets arsenal, a fifth-generation jet to take on enemies to the east and the west. The aircraft has twin engines and boasts super maneuverability. Additionally, the aircraft can fly at Mach 2 speeds and has stealth capabilities to evade all radars. Hard selling the aircraft, spokesperson Dmitry Peskov stated that Su-57 is the best in the world. But this brings us to the key question everyone is asking. Is India actually moving towards acquiring the Su-57, or are these talks simply an exploration of future possibilities? The pluses include familiarity with the platform given the Su-30 experience for over 2 decades. With tech transfer offer from the Russians, HAL can manufacture and IAF can train and maintain without much additional costs. But with Americans exerting pressure for their F-35S, the game is still wide open.
Viewers, Russian President Vladimir Putin arrived in India yesterday for a 2-day visit with focus on strengthening ties in defense, trade and energy. And a key highlight of the visit is expected the signing of an MOU on civil nuclear cooperation, exploring new technologies like small modular reactors. Now, this comes as India opens its nuclear power sector to private players, aiming for greater energy security and cleaner power. With the Kudankulam a testament to the partnership between India and Russia, the two countries are set to take their decades-old collaboration to new levels.
India and Russia buckle up to enter into a new era of civil nuclear cooperation. Russian President Putin is set to visit India on December 4th and 5th, strengthening ties amid global tensions and a focus on defense, trade and energy partnerships. President Putin will also be accompanied by Russia's nuclear corporation's Rosatom's head.
Russia and Indian relationship is not just a standard set of diplomatic protocols and trade agreements. It's more of that. It's much more important. Our bilateral relationship rests on a deep historic background of mutual understanding, of partnership, and a mutual vision of global affairs and system of global affairs based on international law, on rule of law, and ability of taking into account each other's interests. This is a very, very important characteristic of our joint vision of the global affairs.
One of the main agendas being signing the MOU to deepen bilateral engagement in civil nuclear energy sector. With one of India's oldest allies, Putin, visiting New Delhi, the Indo-Russia collaboration in civil nuclear energy will also be formalized. What makes this pact even more exceptional is that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has already opened the doors of the previously restricted nuclear power sector for private players, aiming to boost the country's energy security and meet its growing power demands. A monument to the India-Russia cooperation, Kudankulam stands tall as India's largest nuclear power complex. Rosatom has also expressed readiness to localize advanced Russian-designed reactors in India. The possible expansion into SMRs and localization aligns with India's long-term nuclear ambitions. India looks to scale clean baseload energy capacity while reducing reliance on fossil fuels. With this move, India takes a significant step towards boosting its nuclear energy capacity, aiming for cleaner power and greater energy independence.
Here's in the backdrop of President Vladimir Putin's visit to India, New Delhi and Moscow are looking to reset and rebalance their economic partnership, with the trade touching a record high but heavily skewed in Russia's favor, and major defense and energy deals on the table. This visit could define the next decade of bilateral ties. Here is what is driving the relationship and what's up for negotiations.
The bilateral trade between India and Russia hit an unprecedented $68.7 billion in FY 2024-25, nearly 6 times the pre-pandemic levels. But the imbalance is sharp. India exports stand at just $4.88 billion, while imports from Russia are at $63.84 billion, driven mainly by cheap crude and fertilizers. Despite this skew, India and Russia are aiming to push bilateral trade to $100 billion by 2030. India is looking to increase shipments of machinery, chemicals, food products and pharmaceuticals, while Russia wants deeper cooperation in energy, minerals and technology. The upcoming talks are likely to focus on next-generation defense platforms. India may seek clarity on Russia's ability to deliver the remaining S-400 units, while evaluating proposals for the Su-57 stealth fighters and the S-500 missile shield. Expectations are also high around talks on advanced nuclear technologies, with proposals likely on small modular reactors, faster deployment timelines, and joint work on next-generation fuel cycles. Even the issue of oil economics is also something that will be discussed, especially in the backdrop of US sanctions. While discounted Russian crude remains attractive, New Delhi may seek long-term pricing stability, diversified shipping routes, and cooperation in LNG to avoid external pressure, specifically from the US.
So we're looking forward for possibilities, despite everything, to ensure our right of selling oil and to ensure a right of those who want to purchase oil to ensure the right to buy our oil. So, and we are working on creating a necessary environment for ensuring these rights. This is what I can tell you.
As of now, Indian exports to the US face 50% tariffs, including a 25% penalty component linked to discounted Russian oil purchases. To bypass sanctions and reduce dollar dependence, India and Russia have expanded the rupee-ruble settlements, and further diplomatic talks are expected on ways to expand trade in respective national currencies. With both sides recalibrating priorities, a significant economic breakthrough may be on the horizon, shaping the next phase of the India-Russia cooperation.
Putin, at this time of early 21st century, and the geopolitics of today, when a new world matrix is under construction, the world order is crumbling and a new world order is emerging. At this juncture, definitely it becomes extremely important for the two leaders what they discuss and what the path ahead is.
Let's take a look at some news from the world of business. Adani Group Chairman Gautam Adani set the tone for the group's renewed commitment to Andhra Pradesh, praising the scale of Chief Minister N. Chandrababu Naidu's vision and reaffirming the conglomerate's rapid push on the Google data center collaboration and expanded investments across ports, green energy, education and the development of a world-class Amravati, the administrative capital of the coastal state. This expansive and forward-looking statement signaled the group's resolve to deepen investments across both traditional and next-generation sectors. Adani also held a detailed review meeting with Chief Minister Naidu. Russian President Vladimir Putin's visit to India has generated widespread interest across business, industry and also academic circles, with the leaders emphasizing the potential for deeper collaboration and cooperation between the two nations, which was in fact even highlighted by Russian Minister of Economic Development Maxim Reshetdinov. Both the nations seem to be participating in a furtherance in talks on trade, technology and mainly defense, along with the new relations in the areas of education, business and manpower. This as Putin landed in Delhi on Thursday as part of a two-day state visit to India. He is now set to hold the 23rd India-Russia Annual Summit with Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Delhi today. The Ministry of New and Renewable Energy is reportedly preparing to launch a new scheme for floating solar power projects equipped with battery storage systems. According to Santosh Kumar Sarangi, Secretary, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, the ministry has approached the Finance Ministry seeking a budget approval and viability gap funding worth 7 to 8,000 crore rupees for the initiative. He said that the MNRI is working very closely with the Central Transmission Utility, Central Electricity Authority, Ministry of Power and the Power Regulator. The ministry also allegedly has strong engagement with the industry, holding monthly meetings with the solar, wind and other sectors to support smooth renewable energy production. India's central bank faces a pivotal decision at its 3rd to 5th December Monetary Policy Committee meeting, with the experts divided on whether to slash interest rates amid inflation's plunge to a record 0.25% in October. While some foresee a 25 basis point cut to support growth and housing, others caution against rushing, citing robust GDP expansion and global uncertainties. Forecasts suggest that inflation may rebound modestly in coming months, but the outlook hinges on food prices and external risks. The debate now centers on whether the central bank will prioritize boosting sluggish inflation or maintain stability amidst a vigorous economic expansion. Indian rupee has depreciated by more than 5% this year as it faces multiple challenges, even as India's macroeconomic picture remains robust, with the key indicators flashing green. India reported a second quarter GDP growth of 8.2%, while retail inflation has plunged to near zero. Though the RBI isn't worried by the depreciating rupee and remains focused on its mandate to contain volatility without targeting any particular value. The upcoming monetary policy announcement on 5th of December will be closely watched for any commentary on the weakening currency. A fall in rupee's value will mean that the companies manufacturing or assembling them could pass on the higher costs to the consumers.
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word. And in exercise Ram Prahar, it delivered perhaps its clearest message from the Western Front in recent years, not through speeches or press conferences, but through a powerful demonstration of what it can actually do on the battlefield. What happened in the deserts and plains under Kharga Corp was not just another military exercise, but a carefully planned signal about capability and intent along our border with Pakistan. The numbers tell part of the story, with over 20,000 soldiers organized into battle groups that can fight independently, suggesting that the army is moving away from old defensive tactics toward a more aggressive approach that can strike on multiple fronts at once. This is not the army that waits behind borders anymore, but one that is ready to take the fight into enemy territory if provoked. The scenario itself, a cross-border offensive in response to a Pakistani attack, makes clear that India...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Putin arrives in India to a red carpet welcome. Prime Minister Modi personally receives Russian President from the Palam airport. Russian President Vladimir Putin set to hold high-level talks with President Draupadi Murmu today. Putin-Modi meet likely to discuss a potential agreement for the next generation S-500 missile defense systems. DGCA issues official statement on Indigo amid ongoing crisis, directs the airline to normalize operations without increasing fare. And Civil Aviation Minister responds to the latest aviation sector crisis, instructs Indigo to proactively inform passengers of likely flight cancellations in advance. Viewers, Russian President Vladimir Putin has arrived in India for a 2-day state visit, and anticipation is high, from a warm airport welcome by Prime Minister Narendra Modi to symbolic gestures in Varanasi and packed diplomatic meetings ahead. This visit is being watched very closely across the world. Here's our full report.
A visit watched closely around the world, and a day India prepared for with expectation and anticipation. Russian President Vladimir Putin touches down in Delhi, beginning a high-stakes 2-day state visit. The moment his aircraft stares lower at Palam Airport, anticipation was high and cameras tracked every frame of his arrival. A red carpet rollout, security tightened, and the stage set for a landmark India-Russia engagement. Prime Minister Narendra Modi welcomed President Putin with a warm hug, a gesture seen globally as a signal of trust and continuity. Both leaders then stepped into the same car, a rare sight underscoring the personal rapport that shapes this strategic partnership. On the streets and beyond the capital, preparations were in full bloom. In Varanasi, diyas spell out "Welcome Putin" during the Ganga Aarti, a symbolic greeting steeped in Indian tradition and spirituality. Putin's 2-day schedule is tightly packed: a ceremonial welcome at Rashtrapati Bhavan, tributes at Rajghat, and a private dinner hosted by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. At Hyderabad House, both leaders will hold restricted talks expected to focus on trade, economy, defense cooperation, science, technology, and cultural ties. This is the 23rd India-Russia Annual Summit and Putin's first visit to India since 2021 and since the start of Ukraine war. All eyes remain on the national capital, as conversations today could shape India-Russia ties for years to come.
All right, viewers, a warm handshake and a tight hug and a powerful diplomatic signal. Prime Minister Narendra Modi personally welcomed Russian President Vladimir Putin at Delhi's Palam Airport. The two leaders even left together in the same car, echoing their past moments of camaraderie. Here's a report on the optics shaping the Putin-Modi meeting.
A visit defined not just by diplomacy, but by gestures. At Delhi's Palam Airport, Prime Minister Narendra Modi welcomed Russian President Vladimir Putin with a warm handshake that sets the tone for the 2-day state visit. And then the moment the cameras across the world zoomed in on a warm embrace, a hug that signaled comfort and continuity between the two leaders. This rare airport reception by the Prime Minister himself shows just how significant New Delhi considers this visit. This marks Putin's first visit since the start of the Russia-Ukraine war. Putin later received a cultural welcome, traditional dance and music marking his entry into India. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Modi also shared images with Vladimir Putin welcoming him to his residence, the Lok Kalyan Marg. Putin's two-day schedule includes delegation-level talks, a private dinner, and key meetings, but it's the visuals of their greeting that have already become the talking point.
Viewers, Russian President Vladimir Putin arrived yesterday in New Delhi for a two-day state visit, and he was received personally by Prime Minister Narendra Modi with a red carpet welcome, a handshake and a warm embrace at Delhi's Palam Airport. The two leaders then drove to the Prime Minister's official residence at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, where Prime Minister Modi hosted a private dinner ahead of formal summit talks today, also a business program and meetings focused on defining defense, energy and trade ties. Here's a report.
Russian President Vladimir Putin landed in New Delhi on Thursday for a two-day state visit. Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi personally received him at Palam Airport with the red carpet rolled out, a handshake and then a quick warm embrace. And then the two leaders travelled to the Prime Minister's official residence at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. Prime Minister Modi hosted a private dinner for Putin. The two leaders were seen inside the dinner meet. All smiles, their bonhomie on display. The warm reception at the airport and a private dinner at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg underlined the continuing strategic engagement between the two countries. Putin's visit to India will include summit talks, a business program, and meetings aimed at deepening defense, energy, and trade ties between India and Russia. Defense cooperation is expected to top the agenda, with energy, fertilizers, and trade also listed as priorities by both sides. The Kremlin has also highlighted possible discussions on air defense systems and fighter aircraft upgrades. Beyond defense, both governments say they will explore measures to boost bilateral trade and cooperation in energy and shipping, sectors India views as important for economic stability. Formal summit talks are scheduled for today, with a joint statement expected after the meetings.
All right, viewers, India and Russia are in a deep diplomatic ties and they are looking to deepen it even further, as Prime Minister Narendra Modi yesterday received President Vladimir Putin at Delhi's Palam Airport, and then the two drove off in the same car and went on for a dinner at Prime Minister Modi's official residence at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. Here are all the details.
In a move that strengthens the diplomatic ties between Russia and India, Russian President Vladimir Putin landed in New Delhi's Palam Airport for a two-day visit. He was welcomed by Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the airport. A row of classical dancers engaged Prime Minister Modi and President Putin as they made their way from the aircraft to their vehicles. The visit and the conversations that had to ensue was soon kick-started as the two were seen leaving the airport in the same car. Prime Minister Modi took off in a white Fortuner with the Russian premier surrounded with security personnel and cars following in line. The two headed to 7 Lok Kalyan Marg from the airport, where the Indian Prime Minister hosted Putin for dinner.
And ahead of the India-Russia diplomatic talks that are going to ensue between President Putin and Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi today, the Defense Minister of the two sides yesterday held a very significant meeting. Here is a detailed report on that key meeting.
India and Russia make strides in strengthening their economic ties with Russian President Putin's visit to India. The visit and its ensuing conversations are slated to cover a myriad of fronts for both countries, from energy to technology and trade, and mainly defense. In lieu of strengthening the defense front, Defense Minister Rajnath Singh co-chaired the 22nd session of India-Russia Intergovernmental Commission on Military and Military Technical Cooperation with his Russian counterpart on Thursday. Held at Manekshaw Center, New Delhi, the session saw both sides reiterate that the India-Russia relationship is based on a deep sense of trust, common principles, and mutual respect. Rajnath Singh voiced that the Indian government's determination for capacity building of its indigenous defense industry for both local production and exports under the vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat. He also stressed on new opportunities for enhancing collaboration between both countries across niche technologies. The Russian defense minister, on his end, emphasized on the country's bond as he went on to state that the Russian defense industry is ready to support India towards becoming self-reliant in the field of defense production. That's not all. He also invited Rajnath Singh to visit Russia to co-chair the 23rd session of IRIC MNMTC in 2026. The meeting ended with the two ministers signing the protocol of the 22nd IRIGC MNMTC, reiterating the ongoing and prospective areas of cooperation. All eyes are now on the diplomatic conversations to be had and the deals to be made and ratified over Putin's visit to India.
All right, viewers, Russia's RS-28 Sarmat is the world's heaviest intercontinental ballistic missile, weighing 208 tons, stretching 35 meters long and capable of delivering up to 15 nuclear warheads over 18,000 kilometers with hypersonic speed, evading defenses. Unveiled by President Vladimir Putin in 2018 as a cornerstone of Russia's nuclear triad, it is designed to replace the aging Soviet-era R-36M Saturn missiles. Now, despite its fearsome reputation, Russia has no intention of exporting it, even to close allies like India. Watch this detailed report for more.
And Europe, all of a sudden, wants to start a war, and if it does start a war, then very rapidly there might be a situation where we have no one to negotiate with.
When Russian President Vladimir Putin warned that if Europe starts a fight, it would soon escalate to a point where Russia has no one to negotiate with, the remark was not an abstract threat, but a calculated signal grounded in Russia's evolving nuclear posture. What gives him the confidence to make such a statement is the deployment of the RS-28 Sarmat, a fifth-generation intercontinental ballistic missile system that represents the centerpiece of Russia's nuclear triad. The Sarmat is designed to ensure that escalation dominance rests firmly with Moscow, leaving adversaries with no credible path to either defense or negotiation once hostilities cross a certain threshold. The missile's development began in the 2000s, with its first stage engine tested in 2016 and flight trials commencing in 2017. Putin publicly introduced the system in 2018, presenting it as the successor to the R-36M Voyevoda, which had been in service since the late Soviet period. The Sarmat is entirely Russian-made, a point repeatedly emphasized by the leadership to highlight self-reliance in defense production. Its first successful flight test took place in April 2022, striking designated targets at the Kura range in Kamchatka. Serial production was announced later that year, and by November 2025, Putin confirmed that systems equipped with the Sarmat would enter experimental combat duty, with full deployment scheduled for 2026.
We have equipped our intercontinental ballistic missiles used on our submarines with systems to overcome the adversaries' anti-air systems. And in fact, soon the heavy intercontinental Sarmat missile will be put into service.
The missile specifications explain why it underpins Putin's confidence. With a range of 18,000 kilometers, a launch weight exceeding 200 tons, and a payload capacity of about 10 tons, the Sarmat can deliver up to 10 multiple independently targetable re-entry vehicles. Its trajectories can pass through outer space, including routes over the South Pole, making interception virtually impossible. Western analysts have described it as unparalleled in scale and capability, noting that its combination of range, payload, and potential hypersonic delivery systems places it beyond the reach of current missile defense technologies. Russian designers themselves call it the largest combat missile in human history. Putin's statement about escalation reflects the logic of deterrence embedded in the Sarmat. By ensuring that Russia can strike anywhere in the world with overwhelming force, the missile removes the possibility of adversaries relying on defensive systems to contain escalation. In such a scenario, negotiation becomes irrelevant because the destructive potential of the Sarmat guarantees that any war would move beyond conventional boundaries into existential territory. This is the foundation of Putin's warning. If Europe initiates hostilities, Russia's response would be so decisive and catastrophic that there would be no political entity left capable of bargaining. The Sarmat, therefore, functions not only as a weapon but as a political instrument. Its existence allows Putin to frame his rhetoric from a position of strength, signaling that Russia retains escalation dominance in any confrontation with NATO. The missile's ability to bypass defenses and deliver precision strikes against hardened targets ensures that Russia can credibly threaten outcomes that adversaries cannot mitigate. This credibility is what transforms Putin's words from mere rhetoric into a strategic message. In the broader context, the Sarmat reflects Russia's determination to reinforce its nuclear triad as a guarantee of military security and global stability. Putin has described the triad as the result of long-term efforts by enterprises, design bureaus, engineers, and specialists across both military and civilian sectors. By integrating the Sarmat into this structure, Russia ensures that its deterrent remains effective against evolving technologies and doctrines. The missile's deployment is thus both a technical achievement and a strategic signal, underscoring Russia's readiness to escalate any conflict beyond negotiation if provoked. Putin's confidence in declaring that escalation would leave Russia with no one to negotiate with is inseparable from the operational reality of the Sarmat. It is the embodiment of Russia's deterrence doctrine, a system designed to guarantee that any adversary contemplating war must reckon with consequences that cannot be contained or bargained away. In this sense, the Sarmat is not only a missile, but the material foundation of Russia's strategic posture, explaining why Putin can issue warnings that carry weight far beyond rhetoric.
And as the Russian president arrived yesterday in New Delhi, commencing his two-day diplomatic visit to India, the talks that are to ensue between him and the Indian Prime Minister are going to cover various grounds from energy, technology, trade, and mainly defense. And prominent in the defense talks is the Russian fifth-generation fighter jet Sukhoi 57. Here's a quick report.
Ahead of President Putin's arrival, there is a talk of big defense deal in the air. That of Russian fifth-generation fighter jets Sukhoi 57. Russia has offered unrestricted technology transfer in case India gets interested. A possible deal can plug a gaping hole in India's fighter jets arsenal, a fifth-generation jet to take on enemies to the east and the west. The aircraft has twin engines and boasts super maneuverability. Additionally, the aircraft can fly at Mach 2 speeds and has stealth capabilities to evade all radars. Hard selling the aircraft, spokesperson Dmitry Peskov stated that Su-57 is the best in the world. But this brings us to the key question everyone is asking. Is India actually moving towards acquiring the Su-57, or are these talks simply an exploration of future possibilities? The pluses include familiarity with the platform given the Su-30 experience for over 2 decades. With tech transfer offer from the Russians, HAL can manufacture and IAF can train and maintain without much additional costs. But with Americans exerting pressure for their F-35S, the game is still wide open.
So Russian President Vladimir Putin arrived in India yesterday for a two-day visit with a focus on strengthening ties in defense, trade and energy. And a key highlight of the visit is the expected signing of an MOU on civil nuclear exploration. And that is going to explore the new technologies like small modular reactors as well. Now, this comes as India opens its nuclear power sector to private players, aiming for greater energy security and also cleaner power. And with the Kulam nuclear power plant, which is a testament to this partnership, India and Russia are set to take their decades-old collaboration to the next level. Take a look.
India and Russia buckle up to enter into a new era of civil nuclear cooperation. Russian President Putin is set to visit India on December 4th and 5th, strengthening ties amid global tensions and a focus on defense, trade, and energy partnerships. President Putin will also be accompanied by Russia's nuclear corporation's Rosatom's head.
Russia and Indian relationship is not just a standard set of diplomatic protocols and trade agreements. It's more of that. It's much more important. Our bilateral relationship rests on a deep historic background of mutual understanding, of partnership, and a mutual vision of global affairs and system of global affairs based on international law, on rule of law, and ability of taking into account each other's interests. This is a very, very important characteristic of our joint vision of the global affairs.
One of the main agendas being signing the MOU to deepen bilateral engagement in civil nuclear energy sector. With one of India's oldest allies, Putin, visiting New Delhi, the Indo-Russia collaboration in civil nuclear energy will also be formalized. What makes this pact even more exceptional is that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has already opened the doors of the previously restricted nuclear power sector for private players, aiming to boost the country's energy security and meet its growing power demands. A monument to the India-Russia cooperation, Kudankulam stands tall as India's largest nuclear power complex. Rosatom has also expressed readiness to localize advanced Russian-designed reactors in India. The possible expansion into SMRs and localization aligns with India's long-term nuclear ambitions. India looks to scale clean baseload energy capacity while reducing reliance on fossil fuels. With this move, India takes a significant step towards boosting its nuclear energy capacity, aiming for cleaner power and greater energy independence.
All right, viewers, now let's take a look at some other news. In one of the biggest anti-Maoist operations in the recent months, security forces have achieved a major breakthrough in the Bijapur-Dantewada border. A fierce encounter led to the neutralization of 18 Maoists, one of them carrying a reward of 8 lakh rupees. However, the operation came at a cost. 3 brave Jawans were martyred, and the security forces are continuing their search operations in the area. Here's a report.
The encounter unfolded during a massive anti-Maoist operation in the dense forests along the Bijapur-Dantewada border. Security forces opened fire after spotting a large group of armed Maoists during a combing operation. 18 Maoists were gunned down, including a top Maoist leader Modiyami Vella, who carried an 8 lakh rupee reward on his head. A huge stock of weapons was also seized from the encounter site. Officials believe the group was preparing for a major strike, which was successfully thwarted by the Jawans. However, the success came with a major sacrifice. 3 DRG personnel were martyred in the line of duty. The fallen heroes, Head Constable Mohan Baddi, Constable Dukaru Gonde and Jawan Ramesh Sodhi, were given a ceremonial farewell at the new police line. IG Basta Sundar Raj P confirmed the deaths and said search operations are still underway, with teams remaining on high alert.
All right, viewers, we're taking a short break, but we are going to get you all the updates on Vladimir Putin's visit to India. It is day 2 of the visit, and this morning he will be accorded a ceremonial welcome at the Rashtrapati Bhavan, and he will hold talks with President Draupadi Murmu. All the details coming up ahead. Stay tuned.
Our pure
सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
ये कहानी है बदलाव की, जिसने उन्हें हिम्मत दी, राह दिखाई और आत्मनिर्भर बनाया।
त्रिपुरा सरकार ने महिलाओं को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने के लिए कई परिकल्पनाएं शुरू की हैं ताकि वो अपनी आजीविका खुद तय कर सके।
अब त्रिपुरा की महिलाएं हर क्षेत्र में अपनी निर्णायक भूमिका निभा रही है।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word. And in exercise Ram Prahar, it delivered perhaps its clearest message from the Western Front in recent years, not through speeches or press conferences, but through a powerful demonstration of what it can actually do on the battlefield. What happened in the deserts and plains under Kharga Corp was not just another military exercise, but a carefully planned signal about capability and intent along our border with Pakistan. The numbers tell part of the story, with over 20,000 soldiers organized into battle groups that can fight independently, suggesting that the army is moving away from old defensive tactics toward a more aggressive approach that can strike on multiple fronts at once. This is not the army that waits behind borders anymore, but one that is ready to take the fight into enemy territory if provoked. The scenario itself, a cross-border offensive in response to a Pakistani attack, makes clear that India is no longer content with merely defending its borders, but is prepared to hit back hard and fast. What makes Ram Prahar different from past exercises is how everything worked together like a well-oiled machine. Tanks like the T-90S Bhishma and upgraded T-72 with night vision capabilities worked alongside artillery guns like the K-9 Vajra and Pinaka rocket launchers that can hit targets 90 kilometers away. The army showed it could cross deep rivers under fire using special bridge-laying tanks that can set up a 20-meter bridge in less than 4 minutes while enemy guns are firing at them. Special forces were dropped at night from heights of 25,000 feet deep behind enemy lines, showing that Indian forces can strike anywhere, not just at the border. But the real story is not about tanks and guns alone, but about how technology has changed warfare itself. The exercise used drones by the dozens, from surveillance platforms to swarms of 50 kamikaze drones that can attack targets on their own, alongside systems that can jam enemy drones and shoot them down. The time between spotting an enemy target and firing at it was reduced to just 5 minutes using computers and artificial intelligence that help commanders make faster decisions. Electronic warfare units jammed enemy communications across multiple frequencies while keeping Indian networks secure, and cyber teams practiced attacking enemy command centers digitally. Modern war is no longer just about who has more soldiers or bigger guns, but about who controls the invisible world of communications, satellites, and computer networks. The army demonstrated it could move, strike hard, and hold ground inside enemy territory within 72 to 96 hours, showing a strategy built on speed and shock rather than slow, grinding advances. This matters because in today's world, with television cameras and international pressure, military victories must come quickly before diplomacy forces everyone to stop. It reflects lessons from recent conflicts, where hesitation costs more than decisive action, and where the side that acts fastest often wins, regardless of overall strength. Equally important is that most of the equipment used was made in India, from Dhanush howitzers to indigenous bridges to homegrown kamikaze drones. This means India can fight a sustained war without depending on foreign suppliers who might refuse to send spare parts or ammunition during a crisis. The presence of some imported systems like Apache helicopters alongside Indian equipment shows a practical approach that uses the best available technology while building our own industrial base. When Western Command leadership validates
Good morning. This morning I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. So today we are focusing, of course, on that big Modi-Putin bilateral ties and the meetings which will be taking place. But also we are focusing on the other big story, and that is the chaos, aviation chaos the entire nation is witnessing. Now the DGCA has asked Indigo to stop the chaos and get things back to normal. That's one of our top stories we're tracking, but the headlines first. Let's get started. All right, let's go straight across to the top headlines that we're tracking right now. Putin arrives in India to red carpet welcome. PM Modi personally receives Russian President from Parliament Airport. Russian President Vladimir Putin set to hold high-level talks with President Draupadi Murmu. Modi-Putin likely to discuss potential agreement for the next generation S-500 missile defense system. DGCA issues official statement on Indigo amid ongoing crisis, directs the airline to normalize operations without increasing fares. Civil Aviation Minister responds to latest aviation sector crisis, instructs Indigo to proactively inform passenger of likely flight cancellations in advance. Viewers, Bengaluru's international airport has been thrown into chaos for a second straight day, with mass flight cancellations, long queues and stranded passengers. Our correspondent now reports on what's behind this unprecedented meltdown. Watch this.
Bengaluru Airport, usually one of India's best-run hubs, is struggling big time. Dozens of flights, mostly Indigo, have been cancelled or delayed, triggering massive crowds and confusion across terminals.
Indigo! 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 Indigo!
At Bengaluru, disruption has been particularly severe. 73 flights have been cancelled so far.
And Bengaluru Airport is saying that continuous delays and cancellations are presently underway, particularly involving Indigo Airlines. That's the latest update also coming in from the Bengaluru Airport, which is also facing severe delays, particularly linked to the Indigo Airlines. Two issues have been given, ladies and gentlemen. One is a technical issue. What are the specifics of that technical issues are not being made clear by Indigo. Questions are being asked at the moment. The second is crew shortages. And the biggest question is, how can one of India's second big operating domestic carrier have crew shortages to such an extent that it goes on to have a cascading effect across the country?
Passengers who arrived hours in advance say that they still missed flights, caught in long check-in lines, baggage delays, and near standstill security queues. Many have been forced to rebook for the next day or even later.
I have got an event there in Bhubaneswar for my son's wedding over there to be taken place at the Bhubaneswar. So I had a block booking of 110 tickets over there. I am not getting any proper response from the airport people over there. This is the passengers list which I'm getting it over here. It's of 110 packs. So I'm not getting the proper response from that. The airlines people are telling that we are just working on it. In matter of 24 hours it will be cleared. 24 hours they are telling, 48 hours they are telling. So I'm really tense. What next has to be done now?
I booked the ticket 1 week ago, and I have the US visa appointment in the Kolkata. I thought I'll be reaching 5 o'clock, but unfortunately at around 3 a.m. in the morning, I got the message saying flight has been cancelled. And since then, I'm trying to reach and contact them through the customer care or AI assistant. I have booked the hotel and visa appointment fees and all. Who is going to pay? I have to bear it now.
Come from Nandi Hills all the way here, and now they're telling us they've cancelled the flight. How dare they do that? They should have that sense to inform us, no? Coming here, waiting here, and then telling us to go back. Never again I'm going to travel by Indigo. From here, We have left in the morning at 6 o'clock. From there I have left. 6 or 5:30. Come here and come straight over here. We are waiting here and they are telling it's cancelled. All the way we have to go back again. They should have that sense of responsibility to inform at least that please do not come, the flights are cancelled. Now how do we know next flight is when? Again we come, same thing they'll do.
Airlines blame a severe crew shortage triggered by new duty time rules, combined with tech glitches and winter schedule changes. A perfect storm that has hit operations nationwide, but hit Bengaluru especially hard. Airport officials say that the surge in traffic, both domestic and international, has put heavy pressure on infrastructure. Plans for a new ATC tower and expansion are underway, but those fixes are still months away. For now, travelers are being advised to check flight status repeatedly and expect delays. With cancellations continuing, recovery could take time and passengers may continue to feel the heat in the coming days.
Viewers, with widespread flight disruptions hitting major airports, Mumbai airport was no exception. More than 1,000 passengers were stranded at Mumbai airport. We get to this report. Take a look.
India's national aviation crisis, a domino effect that crippled airports and flights across the country. India's second busiest airport was choked in chaos as over 1,000 passengers were stranded in Mumbai, with clashes erupting between passengers and the airport staff as well. Confusion and chaos on ground, with passengers seeking any possible information.
जो फ्लाइट मान लीजिए कि हम लोग को 3 तारीख को कुवैत में एंट्री कर जाना चाहिए, वो फ्लाइट हमको 4 तारीख में मिला है। हाँ, 4 तारीख में शाम को 8:10 पे रात में।
इंडिगो के स्टाफ की तरफ से कोई असिस्टेंस किया गया, आपके लिए एकोमोडेशन किया गया? क्योंकि हम देख रहे हैं कि बाहर यहाँ पे आप बैठे हुए हैं, एयरपोर्ट से बहुत बाहर, बैठने का भी जगह नहीं है अंदर।
ना, हम सब कुछ उनसे कहे सुने कि मान लीजिए कि जब फ्लाइट लेट है तो हम लोग के लिए तो व्यवस्था करना चाहिए ना, तो वो सीधा कहे स्टाफ कि इसका कोई व्यवस्था नहीं है इंडिगो के पास।
मेरा दिल्ली के लिए फ़्लाइट था, लेकिन दिल्ली का फ़्लाइट कैंसिल हो गया था, तो फिर लॉन्ग वेटिंग, इधर 16 आवर्स लॉन्ग वेटिंग फ्लाइट दिया है।
16 आवर्स का वेटिंग? तो आप तो यहाँ पे बाहर पे बैठे हुए हो।
3 बजे का यहाँ लैंडिंग हुआ हूँ यहाँ एयरपोर्ट पे, और कुवैत के लिए जो है 8:30 बजे फ्लाइट है।
Indigo has cancelled over 180 flights across the country, with 85 cancelled from Mumbai airport alone, leaving passengers stuck, angry and frustrated.
We have no information like when is the next flight, are they rescheduling it, and we tried contacting their customer care service number, but no one is answering it. So we are searching for some Indigo staffs or some office, Indigo office.
This is the third consecutive day of Indigo's operational chaos. While technical issues and crew shortage were given as reasons, DGCA has rejected Indigo's explanation, asking for a time-bound, concrete solution.
Indigo continues to face disruption, and because of this they have already cancelled 40 flights, and we have already spoken to passengers, and they are saying they have come here, and after reached to airport they got to know that their flight has been cancelled. So they are alleging that the staff of Indigo, they are not communicating in advance to them.
And viewers, the Pune airport was one of the worst hits. It saw full-blown operation meltdown. Long delays, bay shortages, ATC congestion hitting passengers. Air India blames Indigo for blocking the Bay areas. Indigo refuses those allegations, add crew shortages, and the situation worsened. Take a look at this report as we tell you what happened at the Pune airport.
Long delays and packed terminals defined Pune airport today as flights fell sharply off schedule from early morning. Officials say that a mix of late arrivals, tight infrastructure and temporary bay congestion triggered a domino effect across operations.
I've never seen something like this. People are literally shouting. There is too much of chaos here. I have seen Indigo passengers literally kind of frustrated. People are like waiting for here for past 6 to 10 hours. Literally 6 to 10 hours. There is chaos. There are fights. People are fighting with the Indigo staff, and every 15 minutes, every 10 minutes you hear an announcement that this flight or so and so flight has got cancelled.
Indigo has blamed a multitude of unforeseen operational challenges for the situation. These include minor technology glitches, schedule changes linked to the winter season, adverse weather conditions, increased congestion in the aviation system, and the implementation of updated crew rostering rules. At the same time, the other big player, Air India, pushed back, accusing Indigo of poor aircraft planning that worsened the gridlock and slowed airport movement. Stranded passengers described hours of waiting and little communication as authorities worked to clear the backlog through the evening. But the larger question remains, who will take the accountability, and how did a nationwide aviation chaos even take place?
Viewers, India's busiest airport, one of the busiest airports, Delhi's Indira Gandhi International Airport, also saw one of the worst hit situations by Indigo's aviation crisis. Now, what we see, the 95 flights were cancelled. A lot of passengers were extremely frustrated and they were helpless. They took to social media and they posted videos of absolute chaos inside the airport. Take a look at this report as we get you the latest coming in.
India's busiest airport turned into a site of chaos and confusion as the country's aviation system crippled. Delhi's Indira Gandhi International Airport remains swamped with angry passengers, as a total of 95 flights, including arrivals and departures, have been cancelled since the morning today.
It was a situation they are not clearing, like whether flight will go, it will cancel, or I should opt another thing. So I faced a lot of anxiety, trouble, and even my money also. Like I will lose my money for the flights which I already booked. Even seats were not there to sit also. It was overcrowded there, and even we are standing on the counter itself again and again. We need to ask them. So they are saying we are following up, our employee is not coming, he is not picking up the phone, like that.
Third day into Indigo's operational crisis, and confusion continues across airports. Passengers waited for more than 12 hours, many without accommodation or updates. DGCA today rejected Indigo's explanations, asking for a time-bound solution, but the airline is firefighting with crew shortage and technical issues cited as reasons. As Indigo now cleans up the mess, the question remains, how could India's biggest airline let this happen, and what really went wrong?
The whole country is in a chaos at present. Now, this is what happens when there is total dependence on one or two airlines in the country. This has been insisting since long that this country needs at least 3 to 4 good airlines so that they compete with each other and the passengers are not put to such inconvenience.
And viewers, the effect of the nationwide air traffic disruption was also felt in Lucknow. Passengers, they wanted answers. They went to the Indigo staff, they asked for assistance, but to no avail. Let's have a look at what happened at the Lucknow airport, where we saw chaos continue.
The third day into Indigo's operational chaos, and passengers remain on the receiving end of it. In a domino effect that crippled airports across the country, Lucknow was no exception. Here's what happened.
टेक्निकल वजह से इंडिगो की कुछ फ़्लाइट्स में देरी हो रही है, बहुत सारी फ़्लाइट्स कैंसिल हो रही है। मैं इस वक्त लखनऊ एयरपोर्ट पर मौजूद हूं, जहां आपको दिखा सकता हूं कि इंडिगो के काउंटर पर देखिए काफ़ी भीड़ दिख रही है। यहां पर जो पैसेंजर्स हैं वो काफ़ी परेशान हैं। मैंने इन लोगों से जानकारी ली तो इन लोगों ने कहा कि सैकड़ों की संख्या में फ़्लाइट कैंसिल हुई हैं, लेट हैं, जिसकी वजह से दिक्कत हो रही है। लोग काफ़ी लाइनों में यहाँ पर खड़े हुए हैं। जैसा कि दूसरा एक तरफ देखिए, वो जो बोर्ड देखिए वहाँ पर स्क्रीन पर भी अगर हम आपको दिखाने की कोशिश करेंगे कि वहाँ पर भी बहुत सारी जो फ़्लाइटें हैं वो लेट हुई हैं।
While passengers also took to social media, the wait for clear communication from the airline did not seem to end. Amid chaos at the airport, passengers kept anticipating for the possible reasons for delay.
आपकी भाई साहब फ्लाइट
कैंसिल हो गई है।
कैंसिल हो गई
और नई का कुछ पता नहीं है, कुछ कारण हमें बताया नहीं है। कुछ सुबह से खड़े हैं हम लोग तो। मेरी सुबह की फ्लाइट थी मेरी।
भाई साहब आपकी फ्लाइट क्या राइट टाइम है?
नहीं, अभी 2 घंटा ज़्यादा लेट हो गया है।
अच्छा, लेट हो गया है।
हाँ।
अब भाई साहब
कुछ नहीं सर, अभी डिले पे चल रहा है।
डिले पे चल रहा है, आपकी भी लेट है।
हाँ पूरा।
While India's largest airline Indigo is now covering up by citing crew shortage and technical issues, the DGCA has asked for a more time-bound response. Widespread disruptions and more than 1,200 flights being cancelled by Indigo in November has prompted cognizance, and Indigo is now under the scanner.
And viewers, that is the big story we're tracking. Yes, the Putin-Modi handshake. Now, the ongoing visit has started, and we can expect big ticket deals when it comes to energy and trade. Take a look as we are counting down for day 2 of Putin's India visit.
India and Russia, in a bid to strengthen its diplomatic ties, are currently engaged in a diplomatic visit. Russian President Putin has arrived to India on Thursday for a 2-day visit, where he has been welcomed and is being hosted by Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi. In fact, President Putin was welcomed by PM Modi at AFS Palam, marking the start of discussions aimed at strengthening bilateral ties. India expects the visit to help narrow the trade deficit with Russia, with both sides working on ways to boost Indian exports. The range is immense. From pharmaceuticals, automobiles, agricultural goods, including marine products and more, these are among the key areas where Indian exports look likely to increase. Officials say this will widen market access for Indian businesses, support job creation and enhance income prospects for farmers. As for Russia, Putin is traveling with a large delegation of business leaders, signaling a push for deeper commercial partnerships. A series of agreements and MOUs are expected covering shipping, healthcare, fertilizers and connectivity. The visit is also set to bring enhanced cooperation in people-to-people ties, mobility partnerships, cultural exchanges and scientific collaboration. As far as President Putin's itinerary for this short visit goes, on Friday the 5th of December, it is packed with key engagements. From a ceremonial reception at Rashtrapati Bhavan at 11 a.m., followed by a wreath laying at Rajghat at 11:30 a.m. Later, he will meet PM Modi at Hyderabad House at 11:50 a.m. to hold a joint press interaction at 1:50 p.m. The day continues with a business event at 3:40 p.m., followed by a meeting with the President of India at Rashtrapati Bhavan, before concluding with Putin's departure at 9 p.m. All of this is expected to be live at the Ministry of Affairs YouTube channel. Union Minister Piyush Goyal, in a media address, spoke of the significance of this diplomatic meet as he emphasized the long-standing ties that India and Russia have enjoyed.
On hearing the word Russia, the first word that comes to the mind of every Indian is India's Sukh Dukh Ka Sathi, and it translates to a companion, a friend in good times and bad times, a companion in happiness and a companion in sorrow.
This is as he reiterated that such attempts will continue to foster such good ties.
No matter how low the temperature dips below minus during the Russian winter, the India-Russia friendship will always remain full of warmth.
Both nations watch with bated breath the countries' joint effort in deepening their diplomatic ties and trades as the rest of the globe simmers in tensions.
We're getting updates coming in, viewers. German Air Force has reportedly deployed fighter jets to Poland to strengthen NATO's eastern flank, reports. And we see that several Eurofighters took off from the airbase and headed for the Polish military airfield in Malbork. According to the German Air Force, deployment is a response to recent reports of airspace violation by Russian fighter jets in the Baltic Sea region and the entry of drones into NATO territory. German Defense Minister Boris Pistorius had already announced the move in mid-October. The German Armed Force is also sending a contingent of around 150 men and women with the aircraft, including pilots, technicians, logisticians, security guards and military police. The deployment, at least per report, is initially planned to last until March. Afghanistan's foreign minister on Thursday stressed that last week's shooting of 2 National Guard members by a suspect who was an Afghan national was unrelated to their government. He called the shooting in Washington, D.C. an individual accident and has criticized as well. And we're getting these updates coming in as he called the shooting an incident. Strict measures are now directed at Afghans. An overnight airstrike in the Gaza southern city of Khan Yunis has killed 5 people from the same family, according to hospital officials. Kuwait's specialized field hospital said that Thursday it had received bodies of 5 people, including 2 children, following the late Wednesday strike. Hospital also said that another 32 people were treated for wounds sustained in the strike in the town of Mawasi. Relatives of the dead Palestinians wept and wailed over their loved ones' bodies being transported in white body bags through the city of Khan Yunis. The strike was the latest test for a fragile ceasefire that is mostly held up since early October, despite claims of violation by both Israel and Hamas. China and France pledged deeper cooperation on global issues like war in Ukraine and trade. French President Emmanuel Macron met with Chinese President Xi Jinping in Beijing as part of the 3-day visit. The witness signing of 12 cooperation documents between China and France covering areas of higher education, investment, nuclear energy, dairy industry, culture, and new round of giant panda conservation. Cartel violence has reshaped daily life across Mexico's state of Michoacan, where shifting criminal alliances and growing extortions have left communities either arming themselves or living under terror. Public life in the town of Aruana in Michoacan has hollowed out since 2023, killing of the brother of Hipolito Mora, the brother of Guadalupe, a founder of the self-defense group, and a string of recent assassinations of prominent local figures. Viewers, and Russian President Vladimir Putin has arrived for the 2-day visit, and he got a very warm welcome from Prime Minister Modi. The focus will be on strengthening ties in defense, trade and energy. Now, a key highlight of the visit is the expected signing of a MOU on civil nuclear cooperation. So that is something that we'll be looking out for. Take a look at this report as the day 2 begins.
India and Russia buckle up to enter into a new era of civil nuclear cooperation. Russian President Putin is set to visit India on December 4th and 5th, strengthening ties amid global tensions and a focus on defense, trade and energy partnerships. President Putin will also be accompanied by Russia's nuclear corporation's Rosatom's head.
Russia and Indian relationship is not just a standard set of diplomatic protocols and trade agreements. It's more of that. It's much more important. Our bilateral relationship rests on a deep historic background of mutual understanding, of partnership and a mutual vision of global affairs and system of global affairs based on international law, on rule of law, and ability of taking into account each other's interests. This is a very, very important characteristic of our joint vision of the global affairs.
One of the main agendas being signing the MOU to deepen bilateral engagement in civil nuclear energy sector. With one of India's oldest allies, Putin, visiting New Delhi, the Indo-Russia collaboration in civil nuclear energy will also be formalized. What makes this pact even more exceptional is that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has already opened the doors of the previously restricted nuclear power sector for private players, aiming to boost the country's energy security and meet its growing power demands. A monument to the India-Russia cooperation, Kudankulam stands tall as India's largest nuclear power complex. Rosatom has also expressed readiness to localize advanced Russian-designed reactors in India. The possible expansion into SMRs and localization aligns with India's long-term nuclear ambitions. India looks to scale clean baseload energy capacity while reducing reliance on fossil fuels. With this move, India takes a significant step towards boosting its nuclear energy capacity, aiming for cleaner power and greater energy independence.
And we are taking a short break right now, but do not go anywhere. We'll be back. Vladimir Putin, the Russian president, will be holding high-level talks with President Murmu. Stay tuned, viewers. We'll continue to be live this morning.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word, and an exercise.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
ये कहानी है बदलाव की, जिसने उन्हें हिम्मत दी, राह दिखाई और आत्मनिर्भर बनाया।
त्रिपुरा सरकार ने महिलाओं को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने के लिए कई परिकल्पनाएं शुरू की हैं, ताकि वो अपनी आजीविका खुद तय कर सके।
अब त्रिपुरा की महिलाएं हर क्षेत्र में अपनी निर्णायक भूमिका निभा रही है।
अब छोलिया हो या
This is Republic Jack Oliver's studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I am Tanisha Avasthi. Let's get started.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word, and in exercise Ram Prahar, it delivered perhaps its clearest message from the Western Front in recent years, not through speeches or press conferences, but through a powerful demonstration of what it can actually do on the battlefield. What happened in the deserts and plains under Kharga Corp was not just another military exercise, but a carefully planned signal about capability and intent along our border with Pakistan. The numbers tell part of the story, with over 20,000 soldiers organized into battle groups that can fight independently, suggesting that the army is moving away from old defensive tactics toward a more aggressive approach that can strike on multiple fronts at once. This is not the army that waits behind borders anymore, but one that is ready to take the fight into enemy territory if provoked. The scenario itself, a cross-border offensive in response to a Pakistani attack, makes clear that
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good morning. This morning, I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. We saw that Vladimir Putin, the Russian president, received a very warm welcome when he arrived here in the national capital. And now we'll expect, as the day progresses, important bilateral talks on energy, defense, and much more between the two leaders. All this and much more coming right up. But the headlines first. Let's get started. Putin arrives in India to the red carpet welcome. PM Modi personally receives Russian President from the Parliament airport. Russian President Putin set to hold high-level talks with President Draupadi Murmu. Modi-Putin meet likely to discuss a potential agreement for the next generation S-500 missile defense system. DGCA issues official statement of Indigo amid ongoing crisis and directs the airline to normalize operations without increasing the fares. Civil Aviation Minister responds to latest aviation sector crisis, instructs Indigo to proactively inform passengers of likely flight cancellations in advance. Russian President Vladimir Putin has arrived in India for a two-day state visit, and anticipation is high. From a warm airport welcomed by Prime Minister Modi to symbolic gestures in Varanasi and packed diplomatic meetings ahead, visitors being watched closely across the world. Here's a full report, viewers. Take a look.
A visit watched closely around the world and a day India prepared for with expectation and anticipation. Russian President Vladimir Putin touches down in Delhi, beginning a high-stakes two-day state visit. The moment his aircraft stares lower at Palam Airport, anticipation was high and cameras tracked every frame of his arrival. A red carpet rollout, security tightened, and the stage set for a landmark India-Russia engagement. Prime Minister Narendra Modi welcomed President Putin with a warm hug, a gesture seen globally as a signal of trust and continuity. Both leaders then stepped into the same car, a rare sight underscoring the personal rapport that shapes this strategic partnership. On the streets and beyond the capital, preparations were in full bloom. In Varanasi, diyas spell out "Welcome Putin" during the Ganga Aarti, a symbolic greeting steeped in Indian tradition and spirituality. Putin's two-day schedule is tightly packed. A ceremonial welcome at Rashtrapati Bhavan, tributes at Rajghat, and a private dinner hosted by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. At Hyderabad House, both leaders will hold restricted talks expected to focus on trade, economy, defense cooperation, science, technology, and cultural ties. This is the 23rd India-Russia Annual Summit and Putin's first visit to India since 2021 and since the start of Ukraine war. All eyes remain on the national capital as conversations today could shape India-Russia ties for years to come.
And viewers, a warm handshake and a very tight hug and a powerful diplomatic signal. Prime Minister Modi had given a very warm welcome to Russian President Putin when he arrived at Delhi's Palam airport. The two leaders even went back in the same car, echoing their moments of past camaraderie. Take a look at this report as we keep getting the latest coming in.
A visit defined not just by diplomacy, but by gestures. At Delhi's Palam airport, Prime Minister Narendra Modi welcomed Russian President Vladimir Putin with a warm handshake that sets the tone for the two-day state visit. And then the moment the cameras across the world zoomed in on a warm embrace, a hug that signaled comfort and continuity between the two leaders. This rare airport reception by the Prime Minister himself shows just how significant New Delhi considers this visit. This marks Putin's first visit since the start of the Russia-Ukraine war. Putin later received a cultural welcome, traditional dance and music marking his entry into India. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Modi also shared images with Vladimir Putin welcoming him to his residence, the Lok Kalyan Marg. Putin's two-day schedule includes delegation-level talks, a private dinner, and key meetings, but it's the visuals of their greeting that have already become the talking point.
And viewers, the big story tracking, of course, is the day two of Putin's visit to India. Russian President Vladimir Putin received a very, very warm welcome, a red carpet welcome when he arrived here at the national capital. And later on in the day, he will be accorded a guard of honor. There'll be a ceremonial welcome for him, a red carpet welcome, a handshake, and a warm embrace at Palam Airport. The two leaders then drove to the Prime Minister's official residence at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, where PM Modi hosted a private dinner ahead of formal summit talks. A business program and meetings focused on deepening trade ties, energy. Here's a report as we keep getting the latest coming in.
Russian President Vladimir Putin landed in New Delhi on Thursday for a two-day state visit. Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi personally received him at Palam Airport with the red carpet rolled out, a handshake, and then a quick, warm embrace. And then the two leaders travelled to the Prime Minister's official residence at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. Prime Minister Modi hosted a private dinner for Putin. The two leaders were seen inside the dinner meet. All smiles, their bonhomie on display. The warm reception at the airport and a private dinner at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg underlined the continuing strategic engagement between the two countries. Putin's visit to India will include summit talks, a business program, and meetings aimed at deepening defense, energy, and trade ties between India and Russia. Defense cooperation is expected to top the agenda, with energy, fertilizers, and trade also listed as priorities by both sides. The Kremlin has also highlighted possible discussions on air defense systems and fighter aircraft upgrades. Beyond defense, both governments say they will explore measures to boost bilateral trade and cooperation in energy and shipping, sectors India views as important for economic stability. Formal summit talks are scheduled for today, with a joint statement expected after the meetings.
Viewers, the entire focus right now will be on strengthening diplomatic ties between India and Russia. We can expect a lot of talks on strengthening bilateral relationships between these two countries. Now we see that two-day visit of Putin would also focus on making sure that both the countries rebalance economic ties. Take a look at this report as we count down to day 2 of Putin's visit.
In a move that strengthens the diplomatic ties between Russia and India, Russian President Vladimir Putin landed in New Delhi's Palam airport for a 2-day visit. He was welcomed by Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the airport. A row of classical dancers engaged Prime Minister Modi and President Putin as they made their way from the aircraft to their vehicles. The visit and the conversations that had to ensue was soon kick-started as the two were seen leaving the airport in the same car. Prime Minister Modi took off in a white Fortuner with the Russian premier surrounded with security personnel and cars following in line. The two headed to 7 Lok Kalyan Marg from the airport, where the Indian Prime Minister hosted Putin for dinner. In a move that strengthens the diplomatic ties between Russia and India, Russian President Vladimir Putin landed in New Delhi's Palam airport for a 2-day visit. He was welcomed by Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the airport. A row of classical dancers engaged Prime Minister Modi and President Putin as they made their way from the aircraft to their vehicles. The visit and the conversations that had to ensue was soon kick-started as the two were seen leaving the airport in the same car. Prime Minister Modi took off in a white Fortuner with the Russian premier surrounded with security personnel and cars following in line. The two headed to 7 Lok Kalyan Marg from the airport, where the Indian Prime Minister hosted Putin for dinner.
All right, we're getting these pictures coming in, viewers, on Republic TV, where we see that Putin, Modi, that first meet that we saw yesterday, a very, very warm welcome that Vladimir Putin received as he landed here in the national capital. Those are pictures that we are getting for you on Republic TV, the first landing that we saw, and it was a very, very strong message which was being sent for New World Order. Russian President Putin received a Russian translation of Gita from Prime Minister Modi during a private dinner hosted by the Prime Minister. Putin arrived in New Delhi's Palam airport, where he was received by Prime Minister Modi. The two heads of state traveled in the same car as they departed from the Palam Technical Airport in Delhi. Now, this marks Putin's first visit to India in over 4 years. He is in India for 23rd Annual India-Russia Summit. Putin is on a 2-day visit to India, his first to the country after the conflict in Ukraine began. And these are the pictures which are showing that first meeting as we see both the leaders are meeting each other ahead of the 23rd India-Russia Annual Summit.
All right, welcome friends, and we are hitting the ground running. We have Ambassador Ashok Sajjanhar joining us. Very good morning to you, sir. And you have seen the optics of last evening when Prime Minister broke the protocol and received President Putin at the airport. A ceremonial welcome was given there. Also now, of course, with full trappings of state visit, we're going to see even a bigger ceremonial welcome at the Rashtrapati Bhavan forecourts in a while from now. How do you see the day panning out, sir?
Thank you very much for having me on the show. Well, it's a very important visit, and as you mentioned, is the first time that President Putin is coming to India after the Russia-Ukraine conflict started in February of 2022. And there is great bonhomie between the two leaders, between Prime Minister Modi and President Putin. That is, you saw on display. But in addition to that, or even more than that, the relationship between the two countries is very old, very historic. I'll call it even civilizational, because whether it is spirituality or it really goes back. It's not only limited to just after the independence of India. Before that, Mahatma Gandhi, Leo Tolstoy, there was great interaction between the two. But in more contemporary context, this annual summit partnership, it started in 2000 and today is the 23rd. That means the two leaders from the two countries have been meeting in each other's countries literally every year. It was only in 22 and 23 because Mr. Putin was occupied with the conflict with Ukraine that he couldn't travel. But otherwise, the leaders have been meeting. Prime Minister Modi went to Moscow last year in June. He went there for the 22nd annual summit. He went there again for the BRICS summit in Kazan in October last year, and that these are very important, significant visits. Before that, they had also met on the sidelines of the SEO summit in Samarkand in September 22. So this is a very strong partnership, both between the leaders and, of course, between the countries. And the demonstration that we can see from the visit of President Putin is that India has demonstrated fully that it will take its own decisions in foreign policy choices, depending upon its interests, and it will not be pressurized by any country as the United States has been trying to do.
Yeah, absolutely. And on that point, Ambassador, one follow-up question, after the meeting that took place between Prime Minister and President Putin on the sidelines of the SCO summit in Tianjin, we had President Putin mention something to the effect that the manner in which the United States is conducting itself vis-a-vis India has an element of condescension and has an element of coercion, and no sovereign state can accept that. So I think that communication obviously would have happened between the two leaders, putting in context what's been really happening even as India tries to balance between the West and Russia.
No, you are absolutely right. Absolutely right. And I think in some context, it has also been mentioned that the United States and the West are, still in their mode of, the colonial framework, that they treat the countries as colonies. But India is a large country. India is a powerful country. India is a growing country. It's a leading country in the world. So it is not going to be pressurized by any of these threats. And in fact, we owe it to Mr. Trump, the fact that he has imposed this 50% tariffs on India. That has really brought India and Russia closer together. For your, thousands of viewers who must be watching this program, I want to bring it to their attention that it's not the first time that Mr. Putin is visiting India. He has, during the term of Prime Minister Modi, he's been here already 4 times. During those times, Prime Minister Modi did not go to the airport to receive him. This is in the changed global context that Prime Minister Modi has taken the decision to go to the airport. This is, he breaks protocol for very, very seldom, not often at all. There are just a few cases, you can count them on your fingertips, when he has gone to receive foreign leaders at the airport who are visiting India. And he has made this exception for President Putin now after, 4 or 5 visits that Mr. Putin has made earlier in 2020, 2019, before that, 2016, before that. So this is in the changed context of the geopolitical architecture, political security strategic architecture, that this bonhomie between the two countries has got further impetus and further boost.
Yeah, absolutely. And as the day is going to pan out, we are looking at President getting the ceremonial welcome at the forecourts of Rashtrapati Bhavan at around 11 a.m. From there, he goes to Rajghat to pay his respects to the father of the nation, Mahatma Gandhi. From Rajghat, he comes to Hyderabad House, which is the place where delegation talks happen. There is a restricted format talk between the two sides, and then full delegation talks. They're going to go on for at least a couple of hours, because I see from the skeds and the itinerary shared by the Ministry of External Affairs that from about 12 noon to about 2 p.m., the two leaders and the delegations with them are going to be closeted at the Hyderabad House, following which there is going to be joint statement, a release of joint statement and a joint address by both the leaders, following which both are going to make an appearance at a business summit or business forum at Bharat Mandapam. President Putin is going to later, start the operations of or inaugurate the operations of Russia Today TV. That's later in the evening, from where he goes to the Rashtrapati Bhavan, has a call on with President Draupadi Murmu, following which there is a state banquet, and then, of course, the Russian president flies out. Ambassador Sajjanhar, you have had postings in Central Asia. You've had postings in other parts of the world. Do you get a sense that this is not just about India and Russia? This diplomatic powwow in Delhi is being closely watched around the world?
No, absolutely, you're very right. I have had, as you said very rightly, tenures in Central Asia. I was ambassador to Kazakhstan, but I've also had 2 tenures in Moscow, both when it was the capital of the Soviet Union in the 1980s, when the changeover there was taking place from President Brezhnev. And I was again there when President Putin took over as the president of the Russian Federation in the late 90s and early 2000s. So I watched Russia very closely from very close quarters. I continue to visit Russia quite often. You're very right. This is a visit that is not important only in the bilateral context. And that is what I tried to suggest in my initial opening remarks, that it is in the context of the changing global architecture, both geoeconomic and geostrategic, geopolitical architecture, that this visit is very significant. That the relationship between India and Russia, the strengthening relationship between India and Russia, is going to have a very strong impact on whatever type of political order, political architecture that emerges. And it is going to be watched very carefully in Washington. It is being watched very carefully in Beijing, because you would recall, Sean, that Russia has offered what it calls the no-limit partnership. You would remember that this phrase of a no-limit partnership was used by China and Russia in early February 22, which means, even sky is not the limit for their partnership. Now, Russia has proposed a similar sort of relationship to India. India will, of course, have to look very closely, because, for China, it was easy. China has adversarial and hostile relations with the West. India, on the contrary, has very strong, vibrant, dynamic relations with the West, both with America and with Europe, notwithstanding the current hiccups and wrinkles on our partnership. But I think there is a strategic congruence as far as the interests of both sides are concerned, and we'll really have to see as to how we can bring these relations on track. But relations between India and Europe, of course, are strong. We are even talking about having the visit of the President of the European Commission, that is Ursula von der Leyen, as the chief guest at our National Day reception next month. So I think there it is strong. So it's a different configuration, Russia, China and Russia, India. India exercises strategic autonomy, and that is what it has displayed, that our foreign policy, our relations with other countries are going to be decided by ourselves, and no other country will have a role to play in that.
Absolutely, Ambassador. In fact, through the day, we are going to have conversations on all these dynamics, the India Russia summit as it pans out, what consequences it's going to have, or what effect it's going to have on the other dynamics at play in the geopolitics of the day, vis-a-vis China, vis-a-vis Europe, vis-a-vis larger West, the transatlantic alliance, and of course the United States, the elephant in the room, so to say, in the present context. Ambassador, stay with us. We are continuing this rolling coverage. We are building up to all the optics that are going to pan out over the next few hours, beginning with that ceremonial welcome at the Rashtrapati Bhavan.
Well, Abhishek, we have a lot lined up for our viewers, and we are seeing that these updates are coming in. Taking a short break right now. And remember, viewers, the Modi-Putin meet will seal big ticket deals when it comes to defense, energy, and a lot more. Taking a short break. And Putin will also be meeting President Draupadi Murmu. That is something to watch out for.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
ये कहानी है बदलाव की, जिसने उन्हें हिम्मत दी, राह दिखाई और आत्मनिर्भर बनाया।
त्रिपुरा सरकार ने महिलाओं को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने के लिए कई परिकल्पनाएं शुरू की हैं, ताकि वो अपनी आजीविका खुद तय कर सके।
अब त्रिपुरा की महिलाएं हर क्षेत्र में अपनी निर्णायक भूमिका निभा रही है।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word. And in exercise Ram Prahar, it delivered perhaps its...
From the hallowed chambers of the Supreme Court of India, the law roars louder, real, fearless, historic. The first Buddhist Chief Justice of India, former Chief Justice of India, Justice B.R. Gavai, unshaken in conviction. This weekend, on the legal side of things, only on Republic TV.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word. And in exercise Ram Prahar, it delivered perhaps its clearest message from the Western Front in recent years, not through speeches or press conferences, but through a powerful demonstration of what it can actually do on the battlefield. What happened in the deserts and plains under Kharga Corp was not just another military exercise, but a carefully planned signal about capability and intent along our border with Pakistan. The numbers tell part of the story, with over 20,000 soldiers organized into battle groups that can fight independently, suggesting that the army is moving away from old defensive tactics toward a more aggressive approach that can strike on multiple fronts at once. This is not the army that waits behind borders anymore, but one that is ready to take the fight into enemy territory if provoked. The scenario itself, a cross-border offensive in response to a Pakistani attack, makes clear that India is no longer content with merely defending its borders, but is prepared to hit back hard and fast. What makes Ram Prahar different from past exercises is how everything worked together like a well-oiled machine. Tanks like the T-90S Bhishma and upgraded T-72 with night vision capabilities worked alongside artillery guns like the K-9 Vajra and Pinaka rocket launchers that can
Thanks for staying with us. Today is the big day as Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Russian President Vladimir Putin are going to hold the summit-level talks. This is the 23rd edition of the India-Russia summit. We'll get you all the updates on what else is lined up for day 2 of President Putin's visit in India. Let's first take a look at the headlines. Putin arrives in India to red carpet welcome. Prime Minister Modi personally receives Russian President at the Palam airport. Russian President Vladimir Putin set to hold high-level talks with President Draupadi Murmu. Modi-Putin meet likely to discuss a potential agreement for the next generation S-500 missile defense system. DGCA issues official statement on Indigo amid the ongoing crisis, directs the airline to normalize operations without increasing fares. And Civil Aviation Minister responds to latest aviation sector crisis, instructs Indigo to proactively inform passengers of likely flight cancellations in advance.
All right, friends, let's get a breaking news also in connection with the ongoing visit of President Putin and a big delegation accompanying him. And what we're getting to here is Russia's biggest bank, Sberbank. Its CEO has said that India and Russia have signed over 10 major contracts for industrial exports in the last 6 months. If successful, next year, we will see even more non-traditional imports from India. The Sberbank CEO has also said, in fact, that they're going to focus majorly on expanding in the Indian market, reach at least 10 cities across India over the next 3 years. It seems that the Russians have come with a plan and a strategy to upgrade the economic ties, because the kind of business delegation that's accompanying President Putin, it's an indication of what kind of engagement they are looking at. Let's listen to the Sberbank CEO first, and then, of course, more details.
During the last 6 months, we created not less than 10 huge contracts between the Russian companies, big Russian companies, and Indian companies for the first export of the industrial production. And the Russian companies will tasting this production in Siberia. It's big oil companies, mining companies, and if it would be successful, next year we will have a much more import from India for this we call it not traditional imports from India.
All right, we are joined in by Lieutenant General Shaukin Chauhan from Pune. We, of course, continue to have Ambassador Ashok Sajjanhar. But to you first, General Chauhan, very good morning first. And, you know, at the core of India-Russia relationship is the defense connect, the fact that a good number of India's war machine in terms of percentage comes is of Russian vintage. Things have been changing, but still, you think that there is going to be doubling down on that aspect of the relationship in the ongoing visit, or you think that India continues to pull back from Russian military hardware?
Good morning to you, and thank you for calling me on the show. There is no doubt in my mind that you know that moment comes but once in history when India realizes that the West is not what we thought it was, and the West will simply not share the latest equipment, latest technology with us. And that realization has come to us over the last couple of years. And we realize that the Russians, having asked, since they're still involved, having fought the Ukraine war for the last couple of years, are also creating cutting-edge technologies, which we thought they hadn't about 10, 15 years ago. And the Russians have often told us during our discussions with them that they are willing to offer all kinds of technologies to us, and everything's on the table. So I have no doubt that India is doubling down, and India is quite clear now on the kind of direction that we are going to take as far as our high technology items are concerned. We have talked, the Prime Minister's talked often about Atmanirbhar, about being self-sufficient. Well, if the Russians are going to offer us 50% technology in the S-400 or in the Su-57, then I think that's the best way to go, because nobody else in the Western world is offering us this kind of 50% transfer of technology. The other thing is that the issue is that Russia is under sanctions of the Western world, and India is under some pressure from the US over our Russian engagement, especially the taking of oil. So despite that, and because of this, we are leveraging this visit to reaffirm our strategic autonomy. So we have a lot of things on the table. As you know, we've already signed the logistic agreement. It's been passed by the Duma. So we have a great deal of issues that are going to come. And our defense cooperation is explicitly flagged as a top agenda item. We have our RM speaking to the Russian defense minister today. So there are a gamut of activities. But let me just give you an idea about the kind of issues that we are looking at from Russia. That beyond the air defense, that's the S-400 and S-500, we're looking at the Su-57. We're also looking at upgradation of our T-90 tanks, our BMP-2s. We're looking at transfer of technology. We're looking at the latest missiles. Russians have recently been able to successfully harden their existing equipment against the drone technology that have been transferred to the Ukraine through the West and through Turkey. And you're aware that Turkey has also given a similar drones, similar technology, the Bayraktar drones to Pakistan. It has also offered the same drones to Bangladesh. So the Russians' experience with these kind of Turkish drones will be of immense interest to us, because we're interested in knowing how the Russians have been able to overcome these Bayraktar drones and create and harden their equipment and harden their shelters and create anti-drone technology. So beyond this, like I said, we have an immense amount of discussions to do.
Absolutely. General Chauhan, in fact, even if, specific deals, of course, there would be some, but even if you're not getting into specific deals on, say, a Su-57 or S-400 and its upgrade, etc., the fact that the defense minister of Russia traveled in advance ahead of President Putin, and there was a summit dialogue that took place between the two sides with Defense Minister Rajnath Singh giving a ceremonial welcome at the National War Memorial, and then having full-fledged defense establishment dialogue. It really shows that we are really standing our ground. I mean, irrespective of what kind of pulls and pressures come in, diplomatically speaking, even otherwise through sanctions and tariffs, etc., we are looking at this holistic relationship in the backdrop of the history, the legacy, and the all-weather partnership that it has been?
There is a history of trust that the Russians and us have that came just after India became independent, and it has continued this since then. We who the generation of the 50s who grew up in the 60s and 70s are aware of the kind of help that Russia provided us in the wars that we fought with Pakistan. In the 1971 war, when Russian submarines intervened before the 7th Fleet came in. So this history of trust is with us, and the Russians have not ever let us down. So that's a very major issue. The fact that the defense minister came earlier, the fact that we've already concluded our defense summit with him, the fact that the logistics agreement is signed, the fact that the Russians have indicated that they are willing to give us 50% transfer of technology. The two most successful equipment that we used during Operation Sindoor were the S-400 missile system and the BrahMos. Both are of Russian origin. The BrahMos has been a very successful partnership between India and Russia. And the S-400 has too been exceptionally helpful to us during this recent Chinese-assisted operation, Pakistan's operations getting involved in this Operation Sindoor.
Yeah.
And I think we need more of it. I think we need to be clear about the way we need to go. And I think we need to take very hard-headed decisions on how we're going to go forward. We have to be strategically autonomous. That the world has to understand.
Absolutely, General Shaukin. And in fact, we have more guests joining us. But before that, a breaking news development, which is just a perspective, actually. But viewers need to know that the President of Russia, President Vladimir Putin, is accompanied with biggest delegation in recent memory from the Russian side. It includes 9 cabinet ministers, which includes his first Deputy Prime Minister, Denis Manturov. It includes Defense Minister Andrei Belousov. It includes Finance Minister Anton Siluanov. It includes Interior Minister Vladimir Kolokolotsov. And it includes the Health Minister Mikhail Murashko. It includes Deputy Foreign Minister Andrei Rudenko. Surprising miss there of Sergei Lavrov, the Foreign Minister. But it includes Central Bank Governor Elvira Nabiullina. And then, of course, the huge business side of the delegation. Okay, we have now Dmitry Novikov joining us live from Moscow. He's Associate Professor at the HSE University, and he's a geopolitical expert. Okay, very good morning to you from here, Mr. Novikov. It must be very early morning in Moscow. Thanks for joining us. And how does it look like from Moscow? President Putin in New Delhi and the whole day of engagements with Prime Minister Modi and the delegation talks.
Well, of course, for Russia, this visit is very important. And as you just mentioned, 9 ministers joined the high-level delegation, what perfectly demonstrates how serious the Russian government takes the Russia-India relations, both in economic and strategic spheres. Of course, just politically and strategically, strengthening ties with New Delhi is extremely important for Russia in the context of continuous confrontation with the West around Ukraine. And from this perspective, their course of turn to the East, strengthening ties with Asian countries, which Russia started, well, actually a decade ago, but it was, of course, very strongly stimulated by the conflict of 2022. This policy for now have its advantages and disadvantages, and one of the weakest points is a too strong focus on relations with China. From this perspective, strengthening ties with India is considered to be as an important factor which can diversify Russian ties in political and economic spheres with key Asian countries. And of course, as we speak about economy, Vladimir Putin demonstrates a strong willingness to make economic ties with India much deeper and go beyond the oil exports and even arms exports. So they are ready to discuss technological cooperation, they're ready to discuss science, they're ready to discuss probably even such spheres as people-to-people relations, labor market, and so on. Numerous topics for discussion.
Yeah, absolutely. And, Mr. Novikov, the fact of the matter is that even as we very publicly engage, India has really, with its multi-alignment and strategic autonomy objectives, created a situation where Russia can say that it's not isolated in the world, that it has friends to lean on, it has friends who endure all the pulls and pressures to continue the legacy. So in that sense, does Moscow realize that Prime Minister Modi has created a lot of geopolitical space for President Putin and Russia?
Yeah, I think so, of course. And this is an important task for Russia to demonstrate that it is not just isolated, but it is quite successful in strengthening ties with such important countries as India. And we see cooperation between Russia and India, not only on a bilateral level, but also within such formats as BRICS and SCO. And if we speak about perception from Russia, I think that Vladimir Putin and generally the Russian government also consider that for India it is also an important moment, meaning that India also needs to demonstrate its multi-vector policies, especially in regard with some problems in relations with the United States, meaning the Trump's administration sanctions. And from this perspective, it is beneficial both for New Delhi and Moscow to say to other countries that there are different directions, there are different partners, and in this global world, such big countries in Russia and India can develop their relations. And this is just to demonstrate strong sides of both India and Russia as a sovereign and strong countries.
Yeah, absolutely. And if I could go back to Lieutenant General Shokeen with us. Sir, my question to you is that while there is, and you rightly mentioned that while there is a strong element of trust with the Russian establishment or between India and Russia, we have had some delays in S-400 delivery, in the nuclear submarine delivery, even some other, equipment, because obviously Russia is stretched. And you think that when the two sides talk today, those nagging issues also need to be sorted out? I mean, irrespective of what new deals we talk about, the old ones also need to be respected. There is tremendous amount of delay in S-400s. There is the issue of the missile ammunition, etc., for S-400 defense system. All those things really need to be discussed as well.
I have no doubt that they will be discussed. The issue is that India, as a partner with Russia, has understood the reason why these delays happen, and therefore you find no adverse talk by anybody in the government, in or out of the government. The first issue is that once we are able to do this 50% transfer technology, we would be able to create those spares, those spare parts, and those critical components ourselves. And therefore, those large delays that are created due to the need for these equipment to be created or to be repaired will probably go because of the idea that we can create this in India. The second thing is that Russia has been involved in a war. Russia has, in fact, been facing Western sanctions, critical components. So the fact that Russia is coming out with the fact that her economy is as good as it was ever means that, yes, Russia has been able to brave it out, but there have been delays.
Yeah.
This part has been discussed with Russia. We've discussed it yesterday in the defense conference with the Russian defense minister, and he has more or less, informed us that everything will be normal very soon. So this is the issue, and I've got no doubt that these are being discussed.
Absolutely. And in fact, apart from the ministers, the cabinet ministers, the Russian delegation also includes a tremendous amount of corporate firepower. And there was a business forum that took place last evening with Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal hosting it. And from there, we have some sound bites, including one by President Putin's aide, Maxim Oreshkin. He's part of the Kremlin, and he has spoken something about the North-South transport corridor. That's very interesting. Listen to it.
Вне зависимости от регионов, и Дальний Восток, и Центральная Россия, мы как раз говорим о связи логистической. Есть связь с Владивостоком, развивается здесь логистическое сообщение. Мы говорим о возможности коридора север-юг, это прямое сообщение с европейской частью России, поэтому здесь развитие всей логистики будет открывать разные части российского рынка для индийских компаний, и наоборот, для разных российских компаний индийский рынок.
During the last 6 months, we created not less than 10 huge contracts between the Russian companies, big Russian companies, and Indian companies for the first export of the industrial production, and the Russian companies will tasting this production in Siberia. It's big oil companies, mining companies, and if it would be successful, next year we will have a much more import from India for this not, we call it not traditional imports from India.
And viewers, as Russian President Vladimir Putin landed in New Delhi yesterday, and this, of course, commencing his 2-day diplomatic visit to India, and then there are talks about the talks that are going to happen between him and the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi today at the Hyderabad House, and they are going to cover grounds from energy, from technology, trade, and also defense. And that is going to be the key focus, defense talks. And prominent in the defense talks is the Russia's talk on the Russia 5th generation fighter jet, Sukhoi 57. Here's a report.
Ahead of President Putin's arrival, there is a talk of big defense deal in the air. That of Russian 5th generation fighter jets, Sukhoi 57. Russia has offered unrestricted technology transfer in case India gets interested. A possible deal can plug a gaping hole in India's fighter jets arsenal, a 5th generation jet to take on enemies to the east and the west. The aircraft has twin engines and boasts super maneuverability. Additionally, the aircraft can fly at Mach 2 speeds and has stealth capabilities to evade all radars. Hard selling the aircraft, spokesperson Dmitry Peskov stated that Su-57 is the best in the world. But this brings us to the key question everyone is asking. Is India actually moving towards acquiring the Su-57, or are these talks simply an exploration of future possibilities? The pluses include familiarity with the platform given the Su-30 experience for over 2 decades. With tech transfer offer from the Russians, HAL can manufacture and IAF can train and maintain without much additional costs. But with Americans exerting pressure for their F-35S, the game is still wide open.
All right, viewers, we are taking a very short break, but we are going to continue our coverage on President Putin's visit to our country. This morning, we'll see him at the Rashtrapati Bhavan, where he will be accorded a ceremonial welcome, and he will hold high-level talks with President Draupadi Murmu. All the details on that and much more coming up after a short break, viewers. Stay with us.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word. And in exercise Ram Prahar, it delivered perhaps its clearest message from the Western Front in recent years, not through speeches or press conferences, but through a powerful demonstration of what it can actually do on the battlefield. What happened in the deserts and plains under Kharga Corp was not just another military exercise, but a carefully planned signal about capability and intent along our border with Pakistan. The numbers tell part of the story, with over 20,000 soldiers organized into battle groups that can fight.
This is Republic Jack Oliver's studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I am Tanisha Avasti. Let's get started.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला।
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word. And in exercise Ram Prahar, it delivered perhaps its clearest message from the Western Front in recent years, not through speeches or press conferences, but through a powerful demonstration of what it can actually do on the battlefield. What happened in the deserts and plains under Kharga Corp was not just another military exercise, but a carefully planned signal about capability and intent along our border with Pakistan. The numbers tell part of the story, with over 20,000 soldiers organized into battle groups that can fight independently, suggesting that the army is moving away from old defensive tactics toward a more aggressive approach that can strike on multiple fronts at once. This is not the army that waits behind borders anymore, but one that is ready to take the fight into enemy territory if provoked. The scenario itself, a cross-border offensive in response to a Pakistani attack, makes clear that India is no longer content with merely defending its borders, but is prepared to hit back hard and fast. What makes Ram Prahar different from past exercises is how everything worked together like a well-oiled machine. tanks like the T-90S Bhishma and upgraded T-72 with night vision capabilities, worked alongside artillery guns like the K-9 Vajra and Pinaka rocket launchers that can...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Breaking up, Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in, and the PM Modi Vladimir Putin meet is going to seal some big deals. Huge push to India-Russia ties. All this and much more coming right up, but the headlines first. Let's get started. Putin arrives in India to red carpet welcome. PM Modi personally receives Russian President from the Palam airport. Russian President Vladimir Putin set to hold high-level talks with President Draupadi Murmu. Modi-Putin meet likely to discuss a potential agreement for the next generation S-500 missile defense system. DGCA issues official statement on Indigo amid ongoing crisis, directs the airlines to normalize operations without increasing fares. Civil Aviation Minister responds to latest aviation sector crisis, instructs Indigo to proactively inform passengers of likely cancellations in advance.
All right, let's begin this bulletin with a breaking news development coming in, not connection with the Putin-Modi meeting, but something else. Raining chaos across airports in the country because of an airline duopoly which is failing to manage their issues properly. And now it seems a meeting has been called at around 11 a.m. at the IGI airport under the chairmanship of Director Aviation, Civil Aviation Security and in the Ministry of Civil Aviation to review the congestion at the IGI airport due to flight cancellations. And the Bureau of Civil Aviation Security and other agencies concerned with the issue, including CISF, for example, are going to be there along with the airlines and the managements. This meeting is essentially to sort out the chaos, the issues that are plaguing the sector, but in this instance, specifically the chaos at the airports, how to manage those, cancellations, delays, etc. We have Harsha live, in fact, for more on this. Harsha, over to you. You know better what's really happening at the airports and with the airlines. Please tell us what this meeting is going to really, is it really going to help the passengers in any manner?
Abhishek, this is an emergency meeting which has also been called to ensure that passengers are not anymore stranded at the airport. Yesterday, we saw that how passengers were stranded at different airports in our country for more than 18 hours after a marathon meeting which took place yesterday in the office of the DGCA and the aviation minister. After that, there was a statement which came out from DGCA and both Indigo, where it was clearly told to Indigo that they have to ensure that the passengers know if their flight is cancelled and delayed in advance before they reach the airport. And also, Indigo has to ensure that the crew rostering time is intact and is proper, so that the flights don't stay at the bay. And that is the reason why today a meeting is happening. Will commence at around 11 o'clock at the IGI Airport Terminal 1. That's one airport, Abhishek, where almost more than 30 aircrafts of Indigo fly to and fro every day, and it would be more than 30 as well. There are almost 20 flights of Indigo which is right now parked at the bay. delay in the T1 airport, and that is the reason this meeting is happening right now, to ensure that there's a smooth transportation of passengers wherever they want to fly. And if there's a cancellation and delay, passengers are informed in advance, and there's no congestion at the Terminal 1 airport. That is the reason this meeting is called. The officials of the BCAS, which is the Bureau of Civil Aviation Security, and also the officials from the CISF will be there in the meeting. It's a very important meeting which will be conducted at around 11 o'clock. Back to you.
Right. Thank you so much, Harsha, with those details. And in fact, we hope that this meeting really helps ameliorate the situation so far as the passenger disruption and the disruption causing all this chaos is concerned, leading to difficulties for the passengers, thousands of them across the country, and more so in Delhi. Moving on now, back to our focus story, which is the India-Russia summit, and how Russia helped the Indian Navy from Soviet missile boats that lit up Karachi in 1971 to nuclear subs that trained a generation of Indian crews. This is 6 decades of Indo-Russian maritime power. Look at this video.
Before the 1960s, the Indian Navy was essentially a small coastal force inherited from the Royal Navy. A handful of old frigates, sloops, corvettes, minesweepers, no submarines, no missiles, no long-range reach. Until the Soviet Union stepped in and changed everything between 1961 and 1975. The Soviet Union supplied missile boats, frigates, and destroyers, giving India real sea power for the first time. India acquired 8 OSA-1 missile boats, including INS Nipat and INS Nirgat, that brought unmatched speed and firepower to the Indian fleet. The USSR added Petya-class frigates, INS Kiltan, INS Kachal, ships that became the backbone of India's surface fleet for decades. In 1967, India commissioned its first ever submarine, the Soviet-built Foxtrot-class INS Kalvari. This was the birth of India's submarine arm. It led to a fleet of 10 Kilo-class submarines, the quiet, lethal Sindhu-Ghosh class. In the 1971 war, missile boats INS Nipat and INS Nirgat, supported by submarines Kalvari and Kursura, struck Karachi, sank PNS Khyber, and delivered India's first major naval victory. Russia remains the only nation to lease India nuclear-powered submarines, INS Chakra 1 and 2. These boats trained Indian crews in nuclear propulsion and long-endurance missions, experience that powered India's own Arihant-class program. The partnership continues with $3 billion deal for the lease of another Akula-class nuclear attack submarine, Chakra 3, scheduled for delivery by 2028. India's flagship carrier, INS Vikramaditya, and its MiG-29K fighter wing came from Russia, forming the heart of India's carrier battle group. Russia co-built India's frontline Talwar-class stealth frigates, Talwar, Trishul, Tabar, Teg, Tarkash, Trikand, and most recently INS Tushil and INS Tamal. Together, India and Russia created BrahMos, one of the fastest cruise missiles on Earth, deployed across India's Navy. 4 new stealth frigates of the same class are being added, 2 built in Russia, 2 built in India, 2 at Goa shipyard with Russian design transfer. INS Tushil is already operational. INS Tamal is sailing home. From submarine design training to shipbuilding know-how and nuclear propulsion expertise, Russian support helped shape India's naval doctrine. Joint exercises like Indra Navy and PASEX strengthen coordination in submarine warfare, anti-ship missions, and maritime security. For 6 decades, Russia has remained one of India's closest maritime partners, from Kalvari to Chakra, from Talwar to upcoming Tavasya. Russia's contribution to the Indian Navy isn't just history, it's a partnership still shaping the oceans.
And that's why you have, Navy shipbuilding, possible deals in the pipeline as, one of the biggest takeaways of this meeting. We have Lieutenant General P.R. Shankar with us and Dmitry Novikov live from Moscow. Lieutenant General Shankar, I'd like to get you in first up. There was a military-level meeting yesterday with the defense ministers of both sides, top generals from both countries, and we know what was on the table. Of course, we heard of shipbuilding capacities, and one of the key takeaways of the government statement last night spoke of helping India achieve Atmanirbharta, self-reliance in defense production. Russia has played a huge part in that. What are you looking forward to today, sir?
Thanks a lot at the outset for inviting me over for the show. What I'd like to say is India, Russia, or India-USSR defense cooperation is historic, as we explained in the thing about the Navy. It started virtually from 71. It took off on a different level altogether.
Back in 5 minutes.
And this is just a continuation of that historic ties, defense cooperation. What is important in this whole story is, I think from here henceforth, we are looking at it at a different level altogether. We are looking at not only just a buyer-seller relationship, it's more of a technological partnership. We need certain technologies to up our own defense capability, and that's what we are getting. And that is important. And that's the sum total of what I'm looking forward to today, to see where does India-Russia defense cooperation goes to the next technological level. It's just not defense cooperation. I'm also looking forward eagerly at the nuclear cooperation which we can get from them. And also the energy cooperation. I think the sum total of today's meeting and between Prime Minister Modi and President Putin is that the energy arms deals and defense cooperation and nuclear energy has to get to the next level.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Let me get in a word also from our friend from Moscow who's joining us on the show this morning, Dmitry Novikov. Dmitry, what's on the table? I mean, on the Russian side, what is Russia bringing to the table today, and what are your expectations of the takeaways? There is speculation, of course, of S-400, which, of course, is pending from the Russian side. We want more of S-400, possibility of S-500. But what are you hearing about the Sukhoi 57? How hard is the Russian side pushing for a possible Sukhoi 57 deal?
I believe that the key concern from the Russian side is that even despite, once again, if we speak about Russian logic, right? Even despite the Russia-India relations are on a very high political level, we still have a particular problem, meaning that our concrete economic agenda seem to be stuck to some extent within a particular model. It is, from one hand, military cooperation, which have a long history, and absolutely rightly it was described in the video before. and covered by His Excellency. But at the same time, it's energy, right, which just emerged after 2022. The problem is that it seems to be that it's not a lot, right? And Russia truly wants, from one hand, to make this cooperation broader, from another hand, deeper, right? And if we speak about deeper cooperation, yes, the new high technological arms, which Russia actually didn't share with anybody else, such as the Sukhoi 57, which is considered to be as just the latest generation of fighters of such type. I think that's like a step forward, from one hand, to demonstrate that India is a true ally of Russia, and Russia consider it as an ally, which just could not even theoretically pose a threat to Russian security or Russian interests. That is why we can share such a technology with India. And at the same time, it's an attempt to break the ice in this structure of economic relations. Let's bring something new on the table, right? Let's deeper the relations which we have already. I think that alone with this deeper approach, Russia would also try to make it broader, meaning that let's discuss civil technology, artificial intelligence, and the head of Sber, one of the Russian innovation corporations, is a part of the delegation, and so on, so on, so on.
Shivangi has, one of the big anticipation for today. It's a full day of activity. Shivangi, over to you as you get us what's ahead. We are hearing that from starting in a few minutes from now, all the way till 8 p.m. tonight. He has a packed schedule.
Well, that is right. And in Niranjana, we are waiting for that ceremonial welcome, which Putin will be receiving from 11 a.m. onwards. But putting focus on what happened yesterday, because Putin is here for a 2-day state visit. Today is day 2. Anticipation is high. A very warm welcome for Putin. Prime Minister Modi broke protocol and he received him. Then they went in the same car back. It was a packed diplomatic meetings are expected, and the visit is just not being watched here in India. The entire world is watching this visit. Take a look at this report as we highlight what's happening so far.
A visit watched closely around the world and a day India prepared for with expectation and anticipation. Russian President Vladimir Putin touches down in Delhi, beginning a high-stakes 2-day state visit. The moment his aircraft stares lower at Palam Airport, anticipation was high and cameras tracked every frame of his arrival. A red carpet rollout, security tightened, and the stage set for a landmark India-Russia engagement. Prime Minister Narendra Modi welcomed President Putin with a warm hug, a gesture seen globally as a signal of trust and continuity. Both leaders then stepped into the same car, a rare sight underscoring the personal rapport that shapes this strategic partnership. On the streets and beyond the capital, preparations were in full bloom. In Varanasi, diyas spell out "Welcome Putin" during the Ganga Aarti, a symbolic greeting steeped in Indian tradition and spirituality. Putin's 2-day schedule is tightly packed. A ceremonial welcome at Rashtrapati Bhavan, tributes at Rajghat, and a private dinner hosted by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. At Hyderabad House, both leaders will hold restricted talks expected to focus on trade, economy, defense cooperation, science, technology and cultural ties. This is the 23rd India-Russia annual summit and Putin's first visit to India since 2021 and since the start of Ukraine war. All eyes remain on the national capital as conversations today could shape India-Russia ties for years to come.
Okay, getting in some more expert opinion on what is expected. India and Russia expected to sign about 10 major contracts for industrial exports. And we have the Sberbank CEO talking about what we can expect. The Russia Bank CEO talking about how investors in Russia could be looking at India's capital market. He's spoken to Sputnik India, Republic and Sputnik India, getting you the biggest coverage of Vladimir Putin's visit to India. Here is the Russian perspective of what to expect today.
Regarding last year, we increased our operations more than 14 times. And before it was impossible without dollar. Now we are doing that in a short period of time. We have, when I remember right, the numbers, 80% of these transactions we made less than 10 minutes.
Less than? 10.
Less than 10 minutes. Before, for example, 2 years ago, it takes few weeks, sometimes few months. Now 80% less than 10 minutes. And we don't need the third currency. And the third currency, for example, dollar or some different currency.
So this is directly between rupee and rupee?
Yeah.
And in terms of volume, if you could share, in terms of volume, how monthly, what would be the average volume monthly, ruble?
I will give you numbers.
Yeah, we'll send you.
Now we, our bank transactions is between 65 and 70% of the Indian export to Russia.
Yeah, because you have around highest number of accounts, I believe, over here.
I can't explain that. The people will send you the numbers. And if you speak about the Russian export, is between 10 and 15%. And now we are playing a big role in this transactional business.
In the rupee trade, there was an issue of money not being able to exit the country because of the Vostro account rules at that time, and there was an issue of a reference rate in which the ruble.
All right, so that's the Russian bank CEO. Who's of course in Delhi. One of the big takeaways is Russia bringing its heads of big banks to Delhi along with industry leaders. They're looking for big deals on the table. Abhishek, wanted to check with you. I mean, there is a soundbite coming in. We'll play that soundbite. But before we go across to that, you just heard the Sberbank CEO say over 80% of payment settlements are taking place in less than 10 minutes, as opposed to more than several weeks some years ago. He spoke about also how we don't really need a third currency anymore. But is that going well, the rupee-ruble arrangement, or are there some challenges?
But there are definitely a lot of challenges, Niranjan. You know, the rupee-ruble route has existed for decades, but not been very effective, essentially because the Russians are not buying enough of Indian goods and services. Yeah. So because we purchase a lot of oil from them. So they have a lot of rupees, but what to do with the rupees because they don't have enough products they're buying from us. And that's, I think, going to be the focus of the talks over the next 18 hours as the two delegations meet and, the business forum takes place as to how Russia can buy more goods and services from India so that this ruble issue is stuck, is taken care of. One idea is that you have a currency swap through a credit card mechanism. For example, rupee can work in Russia and their card can work in India and vice versa. So a lot of things are there on the table, Niranjan, definitely, but you are right. There are challenges. I mean, there would be an element of rhetoric, but minus the rhetoric, both sides are concerned that this issue needs to be addressed.
Okay. So here's the soundbite. We'll just play that out and go across to our reporters also joining us live. Okay, maybe we should take our reporters live first up. Yeah. Rakshita and Riyanka are live on the ground. Rakshita, if you can tell our viewers, what time do the official engagements begin? What are we looking at today? It's going to be a long day, full day coverage here on Republic. What's Putin's day looking like in Delhi? Riyanka, over to you.
That's right. It is the second day of Putin's visit, and it is a power-packed schedule today and a significant one because right now I'm standing just outside the Rashtrapati Bhavan Vijay Chowk area, and we are expecting Putin to be visiting Rashtrapati Bhavan as he will have the grand ceremonial welcome at Rashtrapati Bhavan, and he will be meeting President Draupadi Murmu around 11 a.m. That happens around 11 a.m. Post that, around 11:30, he will be along with Prime Minister Modi. They will be going to Rajghat to lay the wreath. And after that, around 11:50 is what we are expecting is a meeting with Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the Hyderabad House. That is the significant bilateral that we are looking for, where there are going to be talks on several important agendas, that is panning from trade to defense to nuclear power, all of that coming together. And post that, there will be a joint briefing as well. The press statements happened around nearly 2 p.m. and then around 3:30ish, 3:40, we understand that there is going to be the business event. Post that, again, around 7 p.m. there will be the ceremonial dinner at Rashtrapati Bhavan once again, where everybody will be coming together. And after the dinner is over, Putin will be embarking back to his journey back to Russia. And very, very significant of these developments coming in today. We will be keeping a very close eye because developments will be flowing in from 10:30 onwards from outside Rashtrapati Bhavan when the convoys come towards the President's estate.
Okay, Rakshita is also live. Abhishek, if you want to go across to her.
Well, yes. So Rakshita, I believe you are outside the Hyderabad House. That's where the action going to be. In a while from now, delegation talks, restricted format talks, the joint statements, whatnot. What are you hearing from the ground? How long and what's lined up?
Well, of course, this is the Hyderabad House, almost a century old, and as you know, this is the center. This has been a pulse of the diplomatic efforts of India, and this time India is going to host Vladimir Putin, as it has hosted heads of state in the past as well. In a short while from now, perhaps in an hour or a little more than an hour, so we expect around 11:30 maximum that President of Russia, Vladimir Putin, will be coming here. And the Prime Minister will be hosting him because this, of course, is the venue. As we can see right now, the entry is restricted. We can just zoom in and show this venue as the entire delegation will be here. Multiple agreements will be discussed and signed. This is the venue where you will see those agreements being signed, and delegation level talks will happen before the press statement is issued around 1:50 p.m. So yes, as the Riyanka was pointing out, first there will be a ceremonial welcome at the Rashtrapati Bhavan, and after that the wreath laying ceremony at Rajghat, and thereafter it will all boil down to business. This is the most important part of this visit of the Russian president. This is the venue, Hyderabad House, which is going to witness those key agreements and key talks happening between the two nations, which the world has its eyes on. Abhishek.
Okay. All right. Here's what. There's another soundbite that's coming in, Abhishek, of the Russian bank leaders, the CEO of the Russian Bank, and he spoke about how trade is much faster, easier, payments happening in less than 10 minutes compared to weeks, months, until recently. It was a question and answer session, it looks like, between Russian banks, Indian investment and economic community. We'd like to play that soundbite out of how the Russians are looking at this visit and the possibilities they are seeing in the banking sector especially.
Maybe the number one promoter of Indian export to Russia, because we need that to balance the money flows.
So we have seen discussions on, in recent times we have seen discussions on surplus Indian rupee in Vostro accounts, and the discussions how it could be reinvested in India in large-scale infrastructure projects or Indian capital markets. So is that something that you are bullish about as a bank? Because Sberbank, it acts as a facilitator for Russian money into India. So what are your thoughts on that?
I just mentioned that we launched 3 days ago, we launched the special instrument for the private investors in Russia, the opportunity to invest in Nifty 50 index. And what we see, it would be good opportunity for the Russian companies, for the Russian private people to invest in India. And I think it's crucially important. Myself and all the Sber top management team will invest because we think that it's a very good instrument. And it allows us to promote this investment between all our private banking customers. If the people will invest, they will receive a lot of interest. What has happened in the Indian market? Why the Indian market is growing so well? Maybe we need to visit this country, and this is the one opportunity to receive a little bit more interest from the Russian sector to the Indian companies. And 2 days ago, I received an email from one of the Russian owners of the Russian big companies, and he said to me, I was many times in India, but thanks to you, because I opened first time India. I can't imagine that India produced such a lot of interesting goods for me. And I start immediately, I invited my Indian partners to Russia, to Siberia, and I start immediately to collaborate with them. And this is, it takes a time, yeah. We can't turn the situation in 1 year. But step by step, we have very young and very good team here. They love India. They
All right, John Shankar, we're just getting a small sliver of breaking news, not connected with India, Russia, but actually United States. GE Aerospace has handed over the fifth 404 engine against the order of 2021. So delays. I mean, we are talking about delays on the side of Russians because they are in the midst of war. Their military-industrial complex is stretched and they are not able to, meet the deadlines. Even the Americans are struggling. Why so?
Look, Americans are struggling because they have to firstly make up their own fleets, which are aging. And also they have to support Ukraine and, Europe. That's one. The second point is the American defense industry, their complex, has also been degraded. So hence, it's very difficult for them to get their workforce up to, deliver all their commitments in time. Russia, understandably, is not able to deliver because of the simple reason they're involved in a war. In fact, if you look at it from a neutral standpoint, both of them are involved in the same war, and both their industries and their complexes are caught up in that whole story. So naturally, you will expect delays from both of them for us. The only people who seem to be on time for everything is China, which is probably ahead of everything because of their industrial capacity, not being committed in a operation, right? And hence, any deal with Russia or USA is fraught with delays. And it is fraught with, effects on one another. We'll have to look at it from the long-term perspective. We'll also have to see how to hedge both these deals, deals with either Russia or USA. And the way forward is probably you need to have a broader base of acquisition, which also includes France and probably even Israel for certain technologies and other parts of Europe. And we could also turn to Japan and South Korea. The answer is in broad basing. While at this point of time, the flavor seems to be Russia because of President Putin's visit to India, we shouldn't lose sight of the broader picture in front of India. And our aim to become Atmanirbhar depends on two things: how much we can indigenize these technologies which they have to offer and which we have to absorb, and how much we can broad base the routes in or the inputs into our overall procurement and acquisition systems.
Yeah. So, there's a breaking news update coming in. Maybe we can go to that, Abhishek, because this is critical. I mean, when you look at it, it's so ironic that, you just mentioned GE Aerospace. Yeah, GE Aerospace handing over the fifth engine against the order from 2021. But at the same time, another breaking news update coming in of Russia's Rosatom that's delivered nuclear fuel to Kudankulam plant in Tamil Nadu. And the reason why I called it ironic is, Abhishek, you look at what happened in Kudankulam. You'll remember the reporting we did, when Republic launched many years ago. And the activists who were involved in the anti-Kudankulam protests happened to be American or paid by American NGOs, admitted to take money from American NGOs, right? And you see many years later, not much has changed, right? You have America fighting for contracts with India. Just before Putin landed, you had that big helicopter deal. Yep. And then they're giving engines just to perhaps, I don't know, and there was a key meeting with Piyush Goyal and GE last night as well on the sidelines of the Putin visit. So now all of this is happening. They're trying, of course, the balancing act. How do you look at it? Because the Kudankulam plant has been at the heart of the American NGO lobby campaign, right? And it's being pushed through, and we're not going to slow down. How do you see this nuclear cooperation play out?
In fact, remember, Niranjan, I mean, people forget history, and that's the nature, perhaps. While the focus entirely was on the Indo-US civil nuclear deal in 2008, Russia signed a civil nuclear deal with India before that.
Yeah.
And for whatever nuclear architecture we have in terms of nuclear energy, tremendous amount of it is actually Russian technology.
Yeah.
And has a history going back. Though, of course, the first Indian nuclear reactor was a Canadian one, but subsequently there has been tremendous amount of Russian legacy in that right up to the present time. So we're talking about Kudankulam. Remember Peskov, the Kremlin spokesperson in his briefing, mentioned about the fact that the Rosatom CEO is going to carry a small model of the SMRs, as they're called, small modular reactors. Just ahead of the visit, we had the government of India announcing that we are looking at the possibility of the private sector getting into the nuclear energy domain. I think tremendous amount of work is happening. And obviously, because of the legacy, because of the trust, because of the systems in place, that you can expect that this would be, in fact, I would say, the key component of the joint statement that's going to come out, one of the key deals that are going to be signed when the delegations meet at the Hyderabad House.
Yeah. Okay, so we have some more breaking news updates coming in. Okay, a statement that came out, official statement, saying that today is a very important day for our country, because we have waited for this visit for a long time. I'm sure that the new areas of collaboration will emerge. This is a Russian official statement. It will be a great step in strengthening the friendship between our countries. A lot of people from India come to study in Russia. So different officials, different members of the delegation from Russia, saying what they expect from the meeting today between both leaders and both sides. Let's play out the response that came in from the Russian side a few minutes back.
Today is a very important day for our country because we wait this visit for a long time, and I'm sure that the meetings that will be have with your leader give us a absolutely new, amazing opportunity. Collaboration with a different sphere in the IT, innovation, education, and culture. Today we already have a lot of meetings with our president. Come several thousand people who will talk with the people in the different area and look how they can create something together. So I sure that it will be the really a great step in the friendship between our country.
Education is the very foundation for any culture to fulfill, any country to grow, sir. And this very education center in New Delhi, how do you see this increasing the India and Moscow relations, sir?
Yeah, sure. It's already now a lot of people from the India come to study Russian. It's 1,000 people from the last 20, 30 years. And you know, it's not just for taking profession, medicine or engineer, it's also about the friendship between people. And our agency will create this new bridge between people from Russia and people from India. So it's not just give some competition, not just give some profession, so it gives some friendship. And what we are going to do, we are creating a big information program to talk for the people about opportunity where they can study in Russia, to give them information about the different universities, how can go. And sure, when they come to Russia, to give them support for the culture adaptation, for the professional adaptation, to give them opportunity to get some first job and to get some really important working skill.
So viewers, we see that waiting for this bilateral talks, which will begin very soon. They focus, of course, on energy, trade and defense. However, when the President Putin arrived in the national capital, he got a very warm welcome from Prime Minister Modi. There was a warm hug, and as we wait for the ceremonial welcome which will be accorded to Vladimir Putin from 11 a.m. onwards, let's tell you what happened at the private dinner hosted by Prime Minister Modi for Vladimir Putin. Take a look.
Russian President Vladimir Putin landed in New Delhi on Thursday for a two-day state visit. Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi personally received him at Palam Airport with the red carpet rolled out, a handshake and then a quick warm embrace. And then the two leaders travelled to the Prime Minister's official residence at 7 Local Landmark. Prime Minister Modi hosted a private dinner for Putin. The two leaders were seen inside the dinner meet. All smiles, their bonhomie on display. The warm reception at the airport and a private dinner at 7 Local Landmark underline the continuing strategic engagement between the two countries. Putin's visit to India will include summit talks, a business program, and meetings aimed at deepening defense, energy, and trade ties between India and Russia. Defense cooperation is expected to top the agenda, with energy, fertilizers, and trade also listed as priorities by both sides. The Kremlin has also highlighted possible discussions on air defense systems and fighter aircraft upgrades. Beyond defense, both governments say they will explore measures to boost bilateral trade and cooperation in energy and shipping, sectors India views as important for economic stability. Formal summit talks are scheduled for today, with a joint statement expected after the meetings.
And viewers, much more coming right up. It's a power-packed day in the national capital. Do not go anywhere. Republic Sputnik joint broadcast continues.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
And Europe, all of a sudden, wants to start a war. And if it does start a war, then very rapidly there might be a situation where we have no one to negotiate with.
When Russian President Vladimir Putin warned that if Europe starts a fight, it would soon escalate to a point where Russia has no one to negotiate with, the remark was not an abstract threat, but a calculated signal grounded in Russia's evolving nuclear posture. What gives him the confidence to make such a statement is the deployment of the RS-28 Sarmat, a fifth-generation intercontinental ballistic missile system that represents the centerpiece of Russia's nuclear triad. The Sarmat is designed to ensure that escalation dominance rests firmly with Moscow, leaving adversaries with no credible path to either defense or negotiation once hostilities cross a certain threshold. The missile's development began in the 2000s, with its first stage engine tested in 2016 and flight trials commencing in 2017. Putin publicly introduced the system in 2018, presenting it as the successor to the R-36M Voyevoda, which had been in service since the late Soviet period. The Sarmat is entirely Russian-made, a point repeatedly emphasized by the leadership to highlight self-reliance in defense production. Its first successful flight test took place in April 2022, striking designated targets at
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी। अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने, सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
सर थोड़ा सा पीछे आ जाएगा सर। सर इस बैरिकेड के पीछे आ जाएगा।
Upon the arrival of Russian President Vladimir Putin, Prime Minister Narendra Modi surprised everyone by personally receiving him at Delhi's Palam Airport. This is a rare gesture that moves away from the standard diplomatic protocol, where normally a minister or senior official welcomes a visiting head of state. President Putin landed in Palam Airport at 7 p.m., where a red carpet was rolled out as a welcoming gesture.
Viewers, Russia's RS-28 Samrat is the world's one of the heaviest missiles, intercontinental ballistic missiles that we have seen. And it's a monster weighing around 208 tons, stretching 35 meters long, capable of delivering up to 15 nuclear warheads over 18,000 kilometers with hypersonic speeds, evading defenses. Unveiled by Putin in 2018 as a cornerstone of Russia's nuclear triad, it's designated and designed to replace aging Soviet-era Satan missiles. But despite its fearsome reputation, Russia has no intention of exporting it, even to close allies like India. Watch this report for more.
And Europe, all of a sudden, wants to start a war. And if it does start a war, then very rapidly there might be a situation where we have no one to negotiate with.
When Russian President Vladimir Putin warned that if Europe starts a fight, it would soon escalate to a point where Russia has no one to negotiate with, the remark was not an abstract threat, but a calculated signal grounded in Russia's evolving nuclear posture. What gives him the confidence to make such a statement is the deployment of the RS-28 Sarmat, a fifth-generation intercontinental ballistic missile system that represents the centerpiece of Russia's nuclear triad. The Sarmat is designed to ensure that escalation dominance rests firmly with Moscow, leaving adversaries with no credible path to either defense or negotiation once hostilities cross a certain threshold. The missile's development began in the 2000s, with its first stage engine tested in 2016 and flight trials commencing in 2017. Putin publicly introduced the system in 2018, presenting it as the successor to the R-36M Voyevoda, which had been in service since the late Soviet period. The Sarmat is entirely Russian-made, a point repeatedly emphasized by the leadership to highlight self-reliance in defense production. Its first successful flight test took place in April 2022, striking designated targets at the Kura range in Kamchatka. Serial production was announced later that year, and by November 2025, Putin confirmed that systems equipped with the Sarmat would enter experimental combat duty, with full deployment scheduled for 2026.
We have equipped our intercontinental ballistic missiles used on our submarines with systems to overcome the adversaries' anti-air systems. And in fact, soon the heavy intercontinental Sarmat missile will be put into service.
The missile specifications explain why it underpins Putin's confidence. With a range of 18,000 kilometers, a launch weight exceeding 200 tons, and a payload capacity of about 10 tons, the Sarmat can deliver up to 10 multiple independently targetable re-entry vehicles. Its trajectories can pass through outer space, including routes over the South Pole, making interception virtually impossible. Western analysts have described it as unparalleled in scale and capability, noting that its combination of range, payload, and potential hypersonic delivery systems places it beyond the reach of current missile defense technologies. Russian designers themselves call it the largest combat missile in human history. Putin's statement about escalation reflects the logic of deterrence embedded in the Sarmat. By ensuring that Russia can strike anywhere in the world with overwhelming force, the missile removes the possibility of adversaries relying on defensive systems to contain escalation. In such a scenario, negotiation becomes irrelevant because the destructive potential of the Sarmat guarantees that any war would move beyond conventional boundaries into existential territory. This is the foundation of Putin's warning. If Europe initiates hostilities, Russia's response would be so decisive and catastrophic that there would be no political entity left capable of bargaining. The Sarmat, therefore, functions not only as a weapon but as a political instrument. Its existence allows Putin to frame his rhetoric from a position of strength, signaling that Russia retains escalation dominance in any confrontation with NATO. The missile's ability to bypass defenses and deliver precision strikes against hardened targets ensures that Russia can credibly threaten outcomes that adversaries cannot mitigate. This credibility is what transforms Putin's words from mere rhetoric into a strategic message. In the broader context, the Sarmat reflects Russia's determination to reinforce its nuclear triad as a guarantee of military security and global stability. Putin has described the triad as the result of long-term efforts by enterprises, design bureaus, engineers, and specialists across both military and civilian sectors. By integrating the Sarmat into this structure, Russia ensures that its deterrent remains effective against evolving technologies and doctrines. The missile's deployment is thus both a technical achievement and a strategic signal, underscoring Russia's readiness to escalate any conflict beyond negotiation if provoked. Putin's confidence in declaring that escalation would leave Russia with no one to negotiate with is inseparable from the operational reality of the Sarmat. It is the embodiment of Russia's deterrence doctrine, a system designed to guarantee that any adversary contemplating war must reckon with consequences that cannot be contained or bargained away. In this sense, the Sarmat is not only a missile, but the material foundation of Russia's strategic posture, explaining why Putin can issue warnings that carry weight far beyond rhetoric.
And viewers, so much coming right up. We'll continue our live coverage. Power Pack Day in Delhi. Day 2 of Putin in India. Key bilateral talks coming up next.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
And Europe, all of a sudden, wants to start a war, and if it does start a war, then very rapidly there might be a situation where we have no one to negotiate with.
When Russian President Vladimir Putin warned that if Europe starts a fight, it would soon escalate to a point where Russia has no one to negotiate with, the remark was not an abstract threat, but a calculated signal grounded in Russia's evolving nuclear posture. What gives him the confidence to make such a statement is the deployment of the RS-28 Sarmat, a fifth-generation intercontinental ballistic missile system that represents the centerpiece of Russia's nuclear triad. The Sarmat is designed to ensure that escalation dominance rests firmly with Moscow, leaving adversaries with no credible path to either defense or negotiation once hostilities cross a certain threshold. The missile's development began in the 2000s, with its first stage engine tested in 2016 and flight trials commencing in 2017. Putin publicly introduced the system in 2018, presenting it as the successor to the R-36M Voyevoda, which had been in service since the late Soviet period.
This is Republic Jack Oliver's studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I am Tanisha Avasthi. Let's get started.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
सर थोड़ा सा पीछे आ जाएगा सर। सर इस बैरिकेड के पीछे आ जाएगा।
Upon the arrival of Russian President Vladimir Putin, Prime Minister Narendra Modi surprised everyone by personally receiving him at Delhi's Palam airport. This is a rare gesture that moves away from the standard diplomatic protocol, where normally a minister or senior official welcomes a visiting head of state. President Putin landed in Palam.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good morning, viewers. Well, I'm Ricky Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. I'll be joined by our editors. We have Abhishek and Niranjan joining us. It is the big day, day 2 of Putin's visit to India. At 11 a.m. onwards, Putin will receive a ceremonial welcome, and the stage is set for the key bilateral talks. But the headlines first. Let's get started. The top headlines we're tracking right now. Putin arrives in India to red carpet welcome. PM Modi personally receives Russian President from Palam airport. Russian President Vladimir Putin set to hold high-level talks with President Draupadi Murmu. Modi-Putin meet likely to discuss a potential agreement for the next generation S-500 missile defense system. DGCA issues official statement on Indigo amid ongoing crisis, directs the airline to normalize operations without increasing fares. Civil Aviation Minister responds to latest aviation sector crisis, instructs Indigo to proactively inform passengers of likely flight cancellations in advance. All right, viewers, starting off with our top story coming in. We had to put a focus a little bit on what is happening, the chaos in the aviation sector. There's more chaos. Well, that's the live update coming in, and I'm joined by our editors, Abhishek and Niranjan, for much more on this. Abhishek and Niranjan, the DGCA has asked Indigo to get its act together. What's the latest update coming in?
Well, it's one thing to say, Abhishek, that get your act together, but this major chaos this morning as well. Yesterday, over 500 flights were cancelled. That's the final number, over 500. And this morning, as we speak, in one airport alone in Bengaluru, 102 flights have been cancelled since midnight. 102 flights in Bengaluru. We are hearing that 225 flights have been cancelled from Delhi. 32 flights cancelled from Pune. Complete chaos. And I want to highlight one point that Indigo made in the statement, a report that came out from the DGCA last night, Abhishek. They said that it's going to take time. In fact, they gave a timeline that they can only normalize and stabilize operations fully by the 10th of February 2026. Another 2 months away, Shambhavi's life. But before that, Abhishek, now it appears 32 flights from Chennai as well. 32 flights cancelled from Pune, 32 flights from Chennai. Abhishek, it is looking extremely, extremely scary.
There is a silver lining in the cloud. The Pakistanis would be wondering, oh, India has so many flights that they can cancel that many. You know, Niranjan, but that's an aside. You know, Singapore ambassador is posting that he's also stuck. He wanted to attend somebody's wedding and can't go. We are getting those pictures of distress, chaos, and pandemonium effectively at the airports because the passengers are really stuck. And there is a possibility of the parliament discussing this. Let's go to Shambhavi and get a sense of what's really happening. I believe she's outside the IGI airport. Yes, Shambhavi, What kind of chaos are you seeing around yourself?
Well, we know that the passengers here have been facing a lot of issues with the cancellation and delays when it comes to Indigo flights. And Indigo has now submitted and even admitted to DGCA that it has misjudged the number of pilots it needed to complete the rostering process, and it has also lagged in estimating the FDTL timings, which is flight delay time rules. So Indigo has basically admitted that it has misjudged how many pilots it would need for proper functioning of the flights, which is causing the delay, which is causing the cancellation and delay, which has been troubling everybody. And in return, DGCA has asked them to submit a progress report every 15 days and has also asked the Indigo to specify what exactly does Indigo need for it to return to normal functionings. Now Indigo has very clearly stated that passengers should expect till 8th of December that this is going to be the situation, the usual cancellations and delays. But after 8th of December, they can expect some degree of normalcy. But that is not complete. And it is also promised that from 10th of February 2026, the operations can run as usual. So this has been Indigo's statement or Indigo's report to DGCA, to which DGCA has now said that they will need a proper progress report. They will be monitoring their progress and how they'll be dealing with crew recruitment and with the crew training process to make sure that this time their process, their roster would match and would align with the FDTL timings, the phase 2 of the FDTL, and make sure that there are enough crew, enough pilot to ensure proper functioning of the flights. Back to you.
Thank you for that. We are closely tracking the situation. In fact, many flyers, Abhishek, putting out videos, details of the chaos at airports this morning. In fact, many videos continue to stream into the newsroom. There is some more breaking news, in fact, coming in. We're getting in visuals from the Pune airport as well. These are pictures that came in from the Delhi airport. This was a little after 4 a.m. this morning, where we had some of our crew members also traveling. But let me tell you, in Jammu airport, I'm getting in a breaking news update now that 7 out of 9 flights of Indigo stand cancelled. And the Jammu Lieutenant Governor, who was scheduled to visit Delhi this morning, also cancelled. So it's only, they realize how bad it is when it hits them as well. And I'm talking about, people in power. And last evening on the debate, when our editor-in-chief questioned the civil aviation minister, there was absolutely no statement that came out of him until after the debate. We started the debate at 9 p.m. 9:40 was the first statement that came out. So obviously there seems to be some hesitancy in sort of going there and grabbing the bull by the horn. But I don't know what's going on, Abhishek. If you can tell our viewers a little bit about how the government is looking at it, or how seriously they're taking this issue, because lakhs of people are affected directly. Lakhs of people.
In the present, it seems that even the government has run out of ideas, Niranjan. That's the sense I get, because I mean, through the DGCA, you are holding meetings, you are seeking explanations. But the fact of the matter is, it's a structural problem. The private sector airlines, the original plan was to have 8, 10 and the sector taken care of, but then now it's got reduced to a duopoly of just Indigo and Air India, and I think that's really created a sort of a mess that we are seeing, and this structural problem is going to take some time to sort out, and that's why with such nonchalance Indigo can say, okay, fine, we are sorry, we'll take care of it by February 2026, because they know the people don't have options. I think let's go back to Shambhavi again. She's there at the IGI airport. She has more information.
Okay, there's some more breaking news coming in, Abhishek.
Okay,
let's go across to the next breaking.
Let's
go to the next breaking, please. Let's go to the next breaking. Now coming in of the Reliance Ambani Group, the Anil Ambani Group. There's an attachment that is increased now 10,117 crore. 10,117 crore. The ED is provisionally attached over 18 properties, fixed deposits, bank balance, shareholding in different investments of the Anil Ambani Group worth 1,120 crore. That's the increase. And it's now gone up to 10,000 117 crore. 7 properties of the Reliance Infrastructure Limited, 2 properties of Reliance Power Limited, 9 properties of Reliance Value Service Private Limited, fixed deposits in the name of Reliance Value Service Private Limited, Reliance Venture Asset Management Private Limited, Fee Management Solutions Private Limited. So these are some of the additional properties that are being attached. Shravan joining us with the details. Shravan, is this part of the same investigation? What do you make of the additional attachments now?
Well, the additional attachment is roughly about 1,120 crore rupees and it stands to about 10,000 crore rupees worth assets that have already been attached by the Enforcement Directorate. In fact, as we have been reporting over the last couple of weeks with regards to the investigation that has been carried out, first, it essentially started with a PMLA case that was basically registered against companies linked to Anil Ambani, and thereafter Anil Ambani himself was actually questioned by the Enforcement Directorate. It turns out that during the course of the investigation, there were fresh cases that were basically registered, starting with the Foreign Exchange Management Act violation, a case that was registered, which is what we are picking up right now. In all probability, that too would be converted into a PMLA case, which essentially means that apart from the original case of bank fraud that you're essentially looking at, they're also looking at diversions of funds that have taken place in contracts that have been received by companies linked to Anil Ambani. For instance, one particular contract that has come under the scanner of the Enforcement Directorate comes in from the state of Rajasthan, which we are now being told that the original contract was subcontracted to another company, and in the name of that, there was actually diversion of funds that have taken place. So far, remember, the Enforcement Directorate hasn't issued any fresh summons against Anil Ambani. But having said that, you've seen properties across the country, particularly in Delhi, Mumbai, Pune, as well as in Orissa, have already been attached by the Enforcement Directorate. And this happens to be a provisional attachment, which essentially means that Anil Ambani is no longer in a position to use any of these assets till the time there is some sort of a relief really coming in from the court. There is already a lookout notice that has been issued against Anil Ambani, which essentially means that Anil Ambani cannot leave the country at this point in time. So it seems that there's more trouble in stock for Anil Ambani, given the fact that you're looking at not just one, there are multiple cases that have now come to the fore.
Okay, Shravan, stay with me. There is more breaking news coming in now on the repo rate. I'd like to we have our in-house, expert Abhishek here. Abhishek is with us. Abhishek will take the breaking news update now. This is going to affect most Indians, Abhishek. Repo rate reduced by 0.25%. Okay, not much, but the core inflation will remain below 4%. Inflation revised downwards. Headline inflation to be softer on the back of the high growth numbers, right? Softer hit.
Yeah, I mean, there was a tough dilemma whether to do it or not, because most of the experts were suggesting maybe the RBI might not. But it seems that the RBI is confident that the inflation is controlled, and that's why maybe they're doing it. Because repo rate is essentially the rate at which the RBI, makes that short-term lending to banks. Now, what it does is, if the repo rate is lower, it can lead to an increase in money supply. Sanjay Malhotra, the RBI governor, is speaking. Let's cut to that.
Outlook. Q3 is at 0.6% and Q4 moves up to 2.9%. CPI inflation for Q1 and Q2 next year are projected at 3.9 and 4% respectively. I may, however, add that the underlying inflation pressures are even lower, as the impact of increase in price of precious metals is about 50 basis points. The risks are evenly balanced. I will now draw your attention to the external sector. India's current account deficit moderated from 2.2% of GDP in Q2 last year to 1.3%. This is a decrease of about 0.9% in Q2 this year, on account of robust services exports, which continue to do well, and strong remittances. In October 2025, merchandise exports contracted YOY, whereas merchandise imports continued to increase for the second consecutive month. This resulted in widening of the trade deficit. Healthy services exports coupled with strong remittance receipts are, however, expected to keep our current account deficit for this year modest. On the external financing side, gross FDI to India increased at a robust pace during the first half of the year. Net FDI too increased significantly due to a decline in repatriation despite a rise in outward FDI. FPI to India recorded net outflows of $0.7 billion this year so far, basis figures till December 3, primarily due to outflows in the equity segment. Flows under ECB and non-resident deposit accounts moderated as compared to last year. As on November, the MPC met on the 3rd, 4th and 5th of December to deliberate and decide on the policy repo rate. After a detailed assessment of the evolving macroeconomic conditions and the outlook, the MPC voted unanimously to reduce the policy repo rate by 25 basis points to 5.25% with immediate effect. I repeat, the MPC voted unanimously to reduce the policy repo rate by 25 basis points, and the RBI.
Okay, let's understand. Our business editor Pranav Kulkarni joins us live for more on this. Pranav, this is the third or fourth round in which the RBI has cut the repo rate about 100 basis points earlier, and now a 25 basis points, so to say. Increases money supply, which shows that the RBI is very confident that inflation is in control.
Well, absolutely. In fact, if you look at it, if you look at Sanjay Malhotra's address, he specifically mentioned that inflation is well under control, and going forward as well, it is expected to remain well within the RBI's speculated limits. So there is enough space for cutting the repo rate and inducing more liquidity, is what the RBI governor said. He also mentioned some of the other important things, which is in fact what provides the basis for a further space for a repo rate cut, which is that manufacturing has been doing fantastically well. He said the impact of GST, in fact, on inducing consumption has been something very positive that has worked well for the economy. The balance sheets of India, that is corporate results that just came out, have been encouraging, and that is these are in fact some of the reasons behind the RBI taking a decision to reduce the repo rate by 25 basis points further.
Thank you for joining us with those inputs from the Republic Business Desk. A big update this morning. Let's move on now and get you the big coverage of Vladimir Putin's visit to India. In a few minutes from now, in exactly 45 minutes, his engagements will begin with the ceremonial welcome in national capital, Rashtrapati Bhavan. And as we build up to that ceremonial welcome, getting in news now of what is on the table today. It's a power-packed 10-hour dash for Putin in Delhi. It's the Delhi dash, and it includes, perhaps on the table, we are told, India could be opting for more S-400 supplies.
We don't mind, Ranjan, but let them give the ones that we have already paid for. You know, there's a two still pending. There is delay of a couple of years.
They're fighting their own war there, and I'm sure that would have been discussed when the defense ministers of both countries, including Belousov of Russia and our Minister Rajnath Singh, met. India could expand S-400 arsenal to 10 squadrons during Putin's visit, is what Sputnik is reporting. Also, Sputnik adding that we could be adding about 5 more S-400 squadrons, bringing the total to 10.
Sputnik is playing mind games with Pakis, you know.
Of course.
Yeah.
And let's go across to Ambassador Suresh Goyal, former diplomat, joining us on the broadcast this morning, and Dr. Sudhir Mishra, former DG, DRDO and CEO and MD BrahMos. Now, he knows a thing or two about missiles. So, I'd like to start with him, Ambassador. I'll just take a question with Dr. Mishra and we'll come across to you. Gentlemen, good morning, first of all, and sorry to keep you waiting. We had a very, very newsy morning, a lot of people waiting in airports. It's chaotic, to say the least. I hope none of you were affected by this. But if I can start with you, Dr. Mishra, S-400 has proven what it's capable of during Operation Sindoor. Our chiefs have spoken about it, and we've seen the capability. Now, how do you see India deal with what my colleague Abhishek said, the pending delivery first and adding to that in this visit?
Good morning to you all. You see, the S-400, as Russians have committed that 2 more batteries would be delivered in the 2026. Now, we have to also look at the legal implication. You see, the Karzai is hanging sword on the India. So it is very easy to amend the contract, then sign a new contract for S-500. So in the contract, we have to just make an amendment that instead of 5, read 10. So I feel this must have clicked the legal brains of both the countries, and S-400 certainly would be increased. This is my opinion. And it makes sense also because it has already proven the battle worthiness, and the challenge from China is still there. So we may have to deploy at various places, and it's one of the world's best air defense system against cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, aircraft, and anything which flies in the air.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Ambassador Suresh Goyal also with us live. Ambassador Goyal, just about half an hour from now, we are going to see those pictures of a ceremonial welcome to President Putin. So this is a state visit. So the trappings of a state visit, the buggy ride and all that, you would see the Tri-Services Guard of Honor at the forecourts of the Rashtrapati Bhavan, the pageantry that goes with it. The world is closely watching. You think this is going to be more closely watched perhaps in European capitals than anywhere else?
So can you unmute yourself, Ambassador? Can you just please unmute yourself, please? Thanks.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, please.
I think this is going to be very closely watched, not only in Europe, but in the USA itself, because as pointed out by Dr. Mishra, it will have a huge implication for the agreement, CATSA particularly, between India and the USA, and any purchase of S-400 or even S-500 is going to be going to cause some kind of raised eyebrows in Washington at the strengthening defense relationship. However, despite those raised eyebrows and the some element of anxiety in those areas, we have to look at our own security architecture in the neighborhood, where we have serious threat perception, not only from the north of our borders, but the west. I think it's an important deal, and we should go ahead with this, really. That's all I can say. Yeah.
Right. And we also have our reporters live with us from Hyderabad House and Vijay Chowk, Rakshita and Riyanka, respectively. To Rakshita first. Rakshita, we're building up to that moment when the ceremonial welcome begins. Any activity that you're seeing at Hyderabad House?
Well, we just saw a few vehicles of the SPG that have moved now. Of course, they are sanitizing the entire area, and the entry is restricted. There are some people who have went inside, but as you can see, there are some people still waiting at the gate. So yes, the SPG continues the due process for ensuring the security. Remember, it's a very secure. There's a complete 5-ring security that has been put in place ever since yesterday, and from SPG commandos, SPG to NSG commandos, all are guarding this entire area. And yes, the countdown to that important meeting, the business end of this very important meeting between the two leaders, is all set to begin. In a short while from now, we are going to see those important agreements between India and Russia with focus obviously on economy, oil, of course, economy and defense. So as we were getting more and more inputs on what really to expect, we've been discussing with our guests, Abhishek. So yes, in a short while from now, we're going to have this entire area will be completely blocked. As you can see, some policemen have also arrived, and they continue to conduct checks, and they continue to patrol this area. Delhi police and traffic police, all the vehicles continue to in fact revolve around this Hyderabad House. That is the most important stage for this diplomatic meeting. India setting up India is going to set send out a message. Yesterday itself, we saw the message. It was, in fact, beyond a message. It was a statement that was made by the two leaders. Now, key issues will be discussed here. Sale of additional, IS-400s, acquisition of Sukhoi 57, civil nuclear cooperation, and very importantly, the war in Ukraine that is also expected to be on agenda between the two leaders. Remember, Prime Minister Modi has been ever since the first statement he had given out, and when he had spoken to Vladimir Putin, had also been that there should be. This is not the era of war.
Right.
And that, of course, will be something that the European Union and also America, even China, will be having their eyes on, given the fact that the trade deficit is something that is going to be discussed, and India and Russia will be looking to sort out those issues also and strike.
Right, Rakshita. Right, Rakshita. Okay, fair enough. I could see in Rakshita's backdrop lady commandos, Niranjan carrying those MP5 weapons. I think those are good pictures we should be showing more often. Let's go to Riyanka. She's joining us live from Vijay Chowk. Riyanka, can you pan the camera? Show us what's happening at the Vijay Chowk, because that's where the whole ceremonial welcome would roll out.
That's right. As you rightly mentioned, that I'm standing at Vijay Chowk, and for now there is no such movement that we can see. Even up the Raisina Hills, we do not see any such movement. It is just the security vehicles which are doing the rounds here. And as you know, as Rakshita also mentioned, how there is a 5-layer security protocol at Hyderabad House. It's the similar security protocol of the 5-layer security which has been done at Rashtrapati Bhavan area as well. There are teams of the SWAT along with the other NSG and SOG also joining the fleet here. In fact, in some time from now, we're expecting some movement of the delegation, because the meeting, the ceremonial welcome at the Rashtrapati Bhavan is at 11 a.m. And before that, we're expecting that the delegation, the Russian delegation, along with the Indian officials and, of course, Vladimir Putin, to come here, and they will be making their way up the Raisina Hills, and we'll get you those visuals as well, as we are keeping a very, very close eye on the entire movement here. But for now, there is a silence. There is no such movement of any delegation which has already started. But in terms of the security, yes, there is a high-level security which has been mentioned. On the other hand, post the ceremonial welcome here at Rashtrapati Bhavan, we are going to see another event at the Rashtrapati Bhavan in the evening at around 7 p.m. After the business summit is over, after the bilaterals are over, we will be keeping a close eye on the developments that come in.
Okay, we'll take a short break at this point. Coming back with not just the live coverage, building up to the 11 a.m. ceremonial welcome, but on the other side, we also have a key meeting lined up at the Delhi, in Delhi on the airport chaos. That's also happening at 11 a.m. Yeah. So here on Republic, we are going between both the airport chaos and Putin's Super Friday in Delhi. Stay tuned.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, राजा और मसाला।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
And Europe, all of a sudden, wants to start a war, and if it does start a war, then...
From the hallowed chambers of the Supreme Court of India, the law roars louder, real, fearless, historic. The first Buddhist Chief Justice of India, former Chief Justice of India, Justice B.R. Gavai, unshaken in conviction. This weekend, on the legal side of things, only on Republic TV.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
सर थोड़ा सा पीछे आ जाएगा सर। सर इस बैरिकेड के पीछे आ जाएगा।
Upon the arrival of Russian President Vladimir Putin, Prime Minister Narendra Modi surprised everyone by personally receiving him at Delhi's Palam airport. This is a rare gesture that moves away from the standard diplomatic protocol, where normally a minister or senior official welcomes a visiting head of state. President Putin landed in Palam airport at 7 p.m., where a red carpet was rolled out as a welcoming gesture. Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov reacted to the surprise and said, Indian PM's decision to meet President Putin at the aircraft ramp was unexpected, and the Russian side had not been informed in advance.
Viewers, we're counting down to the bilateral talks between PM Modi and Putin. That will be happening in a short while from now. Then Putin will be receiving a ceremonial welcome 11 a.m. onwards, getting you every second of the coverage. It's Republic, Sputnik joint coverage here. But it's time for the headlines first. Let's get started. Top headlines: Putin arrives in India to a red carpet welcome. PM Modi personally receives Russian President from Palam airport. Russian President Putin set to hold high-level talks with President Draupadi Murmu. Modi-Putin meet likely to discuss a potential agreement for the next generation S-500 missile defense system. DGCA issues official statement on Indigo amid ongoing crisis, directs the airline to normalize operations without increasing fares. Civil Aviation Minister responds to latest aviation sector crisis, instructs Indigo to proactively inform passengers of likely flight cancellations in advance.
All right, let's begin this with the breaking coming in on the travels of the Anil Ambani Group and their run-ins with the enforcement agencies. The Reliance Anil Ambani Group cumulative group attachment has now touched across 10,000 crore rupees, and these are assets provisionally attached by the Enforcement Directorate. This includes 18 properties, fixed deposits, bank balance, shareholding in unquoted investments of the Reliance Anil Ambani Group worth about 1,100 crore rupees, in the Reliance Home Finance Limited, Reliance Commercial Finance Limited, Yes Bank fraud case, etc. Now these, according to the Reliance Group, are old cases, old companies, and all right, pictures coming in from the Rashtrapati Bhavan. Let's cut to them. Prep in place. You are getting these pictures from the forecourts of the Rashtrapati Bhavan. Have we cut to them? Let's cut to them quickly. Hindi has cut to them. Can we? Okay, these are the pictures from Rashtrapati Bhavan. This is final touches being given. Okay, let's look at the. Okay.
I tried dating the
मैडम देखिए ना, बीबी वाला चुनाव खाली हुआ, उसके बाद से पूरी टीम पार्टियाँ लगे वहाँ किसी को अलाउ नहीं, सिर्फ एजेंसी यहाँ आने दिया गया है ना, बस खबर जाना है तो राजगढ़ चले जाना, नहीं पहुँच पाओगे ज़्यादा ही लोकतंत्र है, खतरे में डालोगे लोकतंत्र के पीछे पड़ गया तिवारी जी बोल रहे हैं। अरे बिल्कुल भाई साहब, खादीग्राम चेयरमैन जो जैसा आ रहा है वो तो पता है, पहले से डिसाइडेड है, डिसाइडेड है, सब इन्वाइटेड है, उनको इन्वाइट किया कहाँ? अरे नहीं, मैं ये बोल रहा हूँ जो स्टैंड है ये डिसाइडेड था या अभी जो जैसा आ रहा है जैसे अभी है।
The dignitaries taking their place. We can see External Affairs Minister S. Shankar. We can see other diplomats with him. Very soon we are going to see the rest of the senior cabinet members arriving. I could see Delhi Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena just a while back coming in and taking his place. There are Russians also there. Remember, as it happens, this is a ceremonial occasion. This is a very formal, protocol-driven occasion. So both sides, both leaders introduce each side to the other leader. And remember, this is, as I said, full ceremony rolls out, and you're going to see the horse, the presidential bodyguards carrying out the parade, and the president serenaded, the visiting dignitary serenaded there, along with the presidential bodyguards coming in through the into the forecourts of the Rashtrapati Bhavan from the Vijay Chowk area, through the Star of India, the Jaipur column, that is. We'll see those pictures. Hopefully, there are good arrangements in place. There are Tri-Services Guard of Honor already in place that would be giving... Okay, we continue to have our guests with us, Mr. Sudhir Mishra, the former chief of DRDO and CEO of the BrahMos missile. Mr. Mishra, there has been this talk that BrahMos perhaps needs an upgrade and that Russia and India could be collaborating on that. It's the biggest bugbear of the Pakistanis in the backdrop of the success of Operation Sindoor. You think some talk could be happening on this aspect also during this summit? Mr. Mishra, if you are getting me, my question was that is there some dialogue happening on the issue of upgrade of BrahMos missile?
You see, I understand that earlier agreement was for 300 kilometers. So now if we have to increase the range, we certainly will have to talk, and a fresh agreement or amendment to the agreement has to be signed. So this is one thing. The second is we also have undertaken the design and development of BrahMos next generation. We call it BrahMos NG. So we have to make a formal agreement on that aspect also. So I think there would be some development on these two versions of BrahMos. And you see, earlier we have tested BrahMos for Army, but for the Navy, Air Force, and the longer range Army version also would need some kind of amendment to the contract. So I am optimistic that some development, something will certainly happen on these two things.
Okay, and from the talks to the actual operationalization of the weapon system, how much time does it take?
You see, I think we have already conducted the test. So the laboratories have already completed their work. It's just the legal framework which we have to, agree and sign and move forward. So I think there should not be any technical problem, but only legal implications have to be corrected. That's it.
Right. Okay. So you mean to say the turnaround time might not be much after an agreement is reached?
It's just a formality. That's it.
Oh, it's just
It
a
should not
formality.
take any more time.
Fair enough. Let me go back to Ambassador Goyal. Ambassador Goyal, earlier we were having a conversation on how the world capitals are watching. You know, New Delhi has become a new theater of conflict, diplomatic conflict rather, with 3 ambassadors coming together of Germany, France and United Kingdom, writing an op-ed, the Russian ambassador hitting back. You think New Delhi is the new theater of a side theater is really panning out of the Europe war?
I don't think we should really go that far. But yes, what is happening is that the Putin's visit is actually a message to the world, to all that are watching. It is raising lots of eyebrows in the USA and Europe because it's a clear indication of how we look at the emerging power matrix globally. And the Putin's visit proves that despite all the naysayers, despite all the doubts and everything, India-Russia relationship remains on track. It is getting stronger. And therefore, in terms of both the defense component, in terms of the energy component, in terms of manpower, trade, it's not going to really wither away as possibly USA or Europe might have thought under the pressure of the US sanctions. Therefore, it is actually raising concerns, but it's raising concerns to the visit by itself to New Delhi. But the conflict is going to remain in terms of that global, Europe, India Pacific. And clearly, India is a player in that conflict. But to say that it is becoming the theater of conflict is going a bit too far.
I think on that note, Ambassador, we have to take a quick break because after that we would be non-stop rolling on the pictures coming in from Vijay Chowk, Rashtrapati Bhavan, Hyderabad House, Rajghat. We're not going to leave those pictures for the next few hours. So, taking a quick short break and coming back on the other side with our rolling coverage of President Putin's New Delhi visit.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है।
अरे मेरे राजा।
And Europe, all of a sudden, wants to start a war. And if it does start a war, then very rapidly there might be a situation where we have no one to negotiate with.
When Russian President Vladimir Putin warned that if Europe starts a fight, it would soon escalate to a point where Russia has no one to negotiate with. The remark was not an abstract threat, but a calculated signal grounded in Russia's evolving nuclear posture. What gives him the confidence to make such a statement is the deployment of the RS-28 Sarmat, a fifth-generation intercontinental ballistic missile system that represents the centerpiece of Russia's nuclear triad. The Sarmat is designed to ensure that escalation dominance rests firmly with Moscow, leaving adversaries with no credible path to either defense or negotiation.
All right, welcome back. We are not losing sight of the fact that thousands of air passengers across the country are struggling and frustrated because the airlines have really mismanaged running of those flights. There is a major spike in airline fares because of the cancellations. Remember, 400 since morning today itself, 500 yesterday, over 1,000 in the last 2 days. And that's, of course, means hundreds and thousands of passengers affected across the country. And, of course, a major situation panning out at the IGI airport. That's why this meeting planned by the Minister of Civil Aviation between various security agencies, which includes the BCAS, Bureau of Civil Aviation Security, and, of course, the CISF, Central Industrial Security Force, which takes care of all security of all airports, essentially to manage the chaos at the airports. These are pictures from IGI. If Shambhavi is there, we can take a dip in and have her live about this meeting, which is all set to begin at around 11 a.m. to sort out the mess or whatever can be done. Because remember, there is a limited scope given the fact that the issue is actually crew availability, pilots availability, the flights not running, delayed flights, cancelled flights, and the CISF can only do that much to manage the chaos at the airport. We are going to get Shambhavi live. She's outside. We are getting, okay, now not Delhi, we are going to Thiruvananthapuram, where Shankar is going to join us live in a bit to give us a sense of how this has impacted airports nationwide across the country. Shankar is live with us, is what I'm told. Shankar, what's the situation like in Thiruvananthapuram? Over 400 flights cancelled since morning. How many in Thiruvananthapuram?
The struggling of passengers are continued unabated even on the third day of the major national aviation crisis in the nation. Today, according to the information provided by the airport officials and the Indigo staff, as many as 2 flights have been cancelled in Thiruvananthapuram airport and in all the other airports like Cochin International Airport and in Kannur Airport. More than a dozen flights have been cancelled, and over 3 dozens of flights are getting delayed as per the information given now. The worrying part is that none of the passengers received any information over their phone or through a phone call intimating them about the delays in the flights in which they were supposed to travel or about the cancellation. So due to this, there was a huge number of passengers reached the airport to travel to their respective destinations in the morning itself. But after reaching here, the airport authorities treated them without even telling them anything about the delays in the timing. But after hours of wait, they were told that the flights will even delayed further for around 12 or 13 hours. It annoyed the passengers, and there was a quarrel between the airport and Indigo staff and the passengers. And the passengers here complained that they were not even allowed to be seated inside the airport comfortably when there was a delay of over 12 hours for all the flights. And they had to be seated. They were asked to sit outside, and they quarreled with the airport staff, and it led to yes.
Yeah, okay. We can get that clear picture from Thiruvananthapuram also, Shankar. Thank you so much with those details. So these are pictures from inside. Passengers really waiting, whiling away time because they just cannot do anything else. They have checked in and they have to wait for the flights with whatever delay they come. And this is a scene, and these are pictures across the country, from Tirunelveli to Hyderabad, from Hyderabad to Bengaluru, from Bengaluru to Chennai, from where Sharda is joining us live now. The mess is having an impact. Sharda, over to you. What's the scene like in Chennai?
Well, today 41 flights have been cancelled at the Chennai International Airport. 11 arrivals and the rest are all departures. As you can see, the crowd behind me is the crowd that's standing to take the refunds from the Indigo Airlines, as multiple flights were delayed and cancelled. One person who also spoke to us were telling that they were made to get their boarding pass, wait inside for almost 18 hours, telling that there was a delay, but they came out of the airport today morning finally realizing that the flight has been cancelled, and the Indigo has not given them a proper response, and the refunds are set to take place after 7 days. So the crowd that you see here is the one that's standing to get their cancellations and refunds, and also multiple delays in place. Whether they also don't know whether these delays would either the Indigo be providing them with an alternative flight after 2 days, and while Indigo staff continue to say that after 2 days they'll be able to book a different flight and their refund would be received in 7 days. As you see the crowd, the Chennai airport yesterday was empty, whereas today there have been multiple people coming back here as multiple flights have been cancelled. There's also CISF deployed here to make sure that there is no commotion outside the airport, and also airport authorities stated that if the flight is delayed for 2 days and the person who still has a flight ticket and it is only a delay, not a cancellation, they can use the airport terminal inside and they're allowed to go inside. But there are many people who talk about the flights being cancelled. There are also people traveling to foreign nations from here where they are to either go to Mumbai or Delhi and then take an international flight, whereas multiple people are missing the international flight and not just domestic travels here, Abhishek.
Right, absolutely. Okay, thank you so much, Sharda. Earlier we had Shankar from Tirunelveli, Sharda from Chennai. Now we have pictures from Pune. And of course, this is the scene like across the country. These are pictures now we are getting. Pune airport has reported 32 Indigo flights cancellations. Of Indigo alone, we are going to show you pictures also of Pune. Okay, these are pictures from Pune. Remember, Pune is where it all began, where Air India Express accused Indigo of occupying those parking bays at the airport, blocking them because apparently Indigo did not have its crew to fly them out, the planes out, and so blocked the bays, because of which delays were caused to other airlines. This seems to be a problem more specific to Indigo, but then given the kind of duopoly we have of the private sector airlines, if Indigo goes into a mess, then obviously the whole thing gets disrupted. That's what's happening as in Pune, so in Jammu. The aviation regulator, in fact, the DGCA has reviewed Indigo's disruptions with cancellations far above normal. Authorities say stability is expected only by February 2026. That's Indigo's explanation, of course. But DGCA, of course, not liking it. Almost 170, 200 flights getting cancelled today. And the Civil Aviation Minister and the Airports Authority of India have reviewed the situation. But I wonder if there is much that they can do, given the fact that ultimately it's the airlines who have to sort out the mess. Take a look.
The chaos over mass flight cancellations and stranded passengers nationwide has now drawn the DGCA's direct attention. On December 4th, the regulator reviewed Indigo's continued disruptions, ranging to about 200 so far, which had begun since late November, with the airline citing Phase 2 FDTL transition challenges and winter constraints for said spike in cancellations. The revised FDTL norms, which were implemented in July and again in November to strengthen fatigue management, was what was identified to be a major operational hurdle for the carrier. DGCA has told Indigo to stabilize operations urgently and ensure fares do not rise amid the disruption. Indigo justified its disruption by saying the crew planning pressures under Phase 2 FDTL rules have strained availability, leading to it seeking temporary exemptions for night duty provisions for A320 operations until 10th February 2026. The airline also assured DGCA that corrective steps are underway, but full normalcy will be restored only by that date, thereby admitting the disruption stemmed from its own misjudgment and planning gaps under the new FDTL norms. Indigo warned that more cancellations would continue for the next 2 to 3 days and that it will cut flight operations from 8th December onwards to minimize disruptions. DGCA additionally reviewed the airline's crew requirement data and noted additional pressure due to night slot limitations affecting operations. Regulators also ordered field inspections across major airports. At Delhi Terminal 1, DGCA found Indigo's passenger handling manpower inadequate and instructed an immediate increase. DGCA has also directed Indigo to submit a crew recruitment roadmap, updated training and roster restructuring plans, safety risk assessments, a disruption mitigation strategy, and fortnightly progress reports. All eyes are now on Indigo on how it implements the DGCA directions amidst plans of partial stability to begin after 8th December, juggled with restoring full normalcy by February 2026. The DGCA in the meantime would continue strict real-time monitoring until then.
All right, short break coming up on the other side. Vladimir Putin's annual summit with Prime Minister Modi. Just a while from now.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
MDH की देगी मिर्च
देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का
MDH की देगी मिर्च
सर थोड़ा सा पीछे आ जाएंगे सर सर इस बैरिकेड के पीछे आ जाएंगे
Upon the arrival of Russian President Vladimir Putin, Prime Minister Narendra Modi surprised everyone by
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
And Europe, all of a sudden, wants to start a war, and if it does start a war, then very rapidly there might be a situation where we have no one to negotiate with.
When Russian President Vladimir Putin warned that if Europe starts a
All right, pictures there of Prime Minister having arrived at the forecourts of the Rashtrapati Bhavan, the Russian delegation, the Indian delegation, all in place and waiting for the dignitary, the state guest, Russian President Vladimir Putin, who would be brought in, of course, in a ceremonial procession by the presidential bodyguards. those horses and those tall soldiers who accompany the state guest, the visiting dignitary, through the Vijay Chowk area, right through the North Block and South Block, and then into the Rashtrapati Bhavan, four courts, via the Jaipur column, the Star of India there, everything would be there to be seen. I hope there are good arrangements for the pictures. As of now, in the frame, you are seeing the delegations of both the sides in place. Prime Minister arrived just a while back. There you've seen the Prime Minister getting up. I believe some dignitary there coming and saying hello to the Prime Minister from the Russian side. And everyone there, Piyush Goyal, Jai Shankar, other ministers, the Indian side, and from the Russian side, all the ministers there. They have it's the biggest delegation in the recent memory that has come from the Russian side. And another VIP. It seems like the president is coming. Vice President, possibly. Vice President C.P. Radhakrishnan. Remember, this is a ceremonial occasion. And the trappings of a state visit there. Guard of honor, the presidential bodyguards, everything there to make the occasion or make the VIP feel really special. It's a special and privileged strategic partnership. Okay, Prime Minister there, I believe, receiving the Vice President. Vice President arrives first, then arrives the President, then, of course, the guest. That's President, in fact, not Vice President. President herself has arrived, President Draupadi Murmu, Prime Minister receiving her. And remember, she's the host. So the presidential bodyguards today are for the special guest. Everything in place, which means it's now minute to minute. Even as the dignitaries are positioned, the ceremonial procession should be on its way, arriving anytime now. All right, more cars. Has the dignitary arrived? Ambassador Prabhu Dayal with us. Ambassador, the import of these pictures. This is a big diplomatic moment for New Delhi to be projecting its big power status.
Well, you're absolutely right. These pictures are very important. In fact, the pictures tell the story. This visit is very important both for India and for Russia. And the sort of welcome that has been given by India to the Russian president speaks volumes. You know, the Prime Minister broke protocol and went himself to receive President Putin. They traveled together in the same car, the kind of bonhomie that we saw. And now the welcome that has been given, and there will be a 21-gun salute. All this shows the high level of importance which India is attaching to this visit. And it should, because Russia is a time-tested friend. It's a major global player. Of course, there are pressures on us to scale down on the friendship, particularly from the United States. But we have to see what our strategic interests are. And we have always pursued strategic autonomy. And therefore, I'm not surprised that this sort of importance is being accorded to the visit of the Russian president, and the welcome which is being given is so warm and friendly. So I think that this visit will have a very significant outcome. We are seeing the optics, but it's also important that there will be very important contents for the visit. The visit will be rich in content, and a number of important issues will be discussed. Of course, These are very important for both sides, like economic cooperation. Trade is already very high, and the two countries want to push it up to $100 billion by 2030. There is concern in India about the huge trade imbalance, but the fact is that this imbalance is because of our large purchases of Russian oil, and we are getting the oil at discounted rates. So why worry? So the trade imbalance doesn't bother me. Of course, it's important that India should be able to increase its exports to Russia, and the discussions will be focusing on that. There is an important meeting of the India-Russia Business Forum which will be taking place, and that will perhaps chart the course for the future of the economic relationship. Then, of course, there is the military dimension. The military relationship is very important. Our Prime Minister is focusing on the Make in India campaign. You know, his idea is that weapons should not just be imported, but there should be transfer of technology, and there should be the increasing move towards making in India. And the Russians have been much more forthcoming than the Americans in this regard. And in fact, the BrahMos missile, which did so well during the recent India-Pakistan conflict, is a product of the joint venture. So the defense partnership is very important for us. And although, of course, we are diversifying our sources of defense equipment, but nonetheless, Russia remains the largest supplier of such equipment. Then, of course, there is this mobility agreement, the bilateral agreement on mobility, which will facilitate the movement of Indian skilled workers and skilled professionals to Russia. So these are important chapters in the ongoing relationship, along with, of course, the partnership in the oil and energy sector.
Right. Thank you so much for that deep dive, Ambassador Dayal. We also joined in by diplomat, former Ambassador Meera Shankar with us. Very good morning to you, ma'am. And, with your deep understanding of diplomacy and even the American, view of things that are panning out in front of our eyes, how do you see the Americans really responding to what happens in New Delhi today?
Well, they will be following the visit very closely and the outcomes from it. But for India, I think it's important that we convey that the signal that our choices in terms of great power relationships will be our own. We do not seek an adversarial relationship with the West or antagonism with the West, but at the same time, we will be masters of our own destiny. And I think that's the signal that we are conveying. The visit is very important because it takes place at a time when two or three things have been happening. One is that the Trump administration has overturned the Biden administration's acceptance of the fact that we do have a relationship with Russia, which is independent of what the US may want or not want us to do. And they had accepted this, even though they were not happy with it. But with the Trump administration, you're seeing renewed pressure for India to cut back on energy imports from Russia with the threat of secondary sanctions. Now, Indian companies will look at where their balance of interest lies in this situation, and it may lead to some reduction in oil imports from Russia. So what could be the new drivers of the relationship? What are the areas where the two countries can work together to see that the trade relationship continues to grow and that we can insulate it to some extent from external pressures? I think that is going to be one critical element in terms of the overall relationship. And there will be a roadmap for strengthening areas of strategic economic cooperation between India and Russia, over a 30-year period. So it's a long-term view of how we are going to develop and broaden the economic relationship between India and Russia. Then you have, of course, the strategic areas where Russia has been a reliable partner. Russia has been focusing on, nuclear, because they are the one country with which our nuclear cooperation projects had actually taken off. So we have the Kudankulam reactor, where 2 units have been operational for some time, which was built with Russian collaboration. 2 more units are under construction, the pre-commissioning phase of those units, and for 2 more units, because we have a total of 6 units which we are going to build at Kudankulam. Discussions are on for the remaining 2. Now, the new theme is small modular nuclear reactors, and Russia is the only country in the world which actually has an operational small modular nuclear reactor. It's a floating reactor off the coast. And they have offered that they could share this technology with India. And India will require nuclear to, in a sense, provide the base load and stabilizing power as it ramps up its renewable energy basket and hopes to move to net zero. Now, for artificial intelligence data centers also, you need huge amounts of power. They are energy guzzlers. And the question is whether this can be supplied through small modular nuclear reactors. I think it's a preliminary discussion on these possibilities that is taking place. And then you have defense, where, of course, we have had issues with delivery schedules, especially the S-400.
Ambassador Meera Shankar,
more. Yes.
Ambassador, I'm sorry to interrupt you because there is some breaking news now coming in. We're just cutting away from what's happening at the Rashtrapati Bhavan. There is a massive aviation crisis that we are staring at right now. A short while back, Indigo has now basically made an announcement that all flights to and fro from New Delhi has been cancelled. This is till about 3 o'clock this afternoon. In fact, till 11 o'clock, I beg your pardon, it's still about 11 o'clock, which means all flights have been completely cancelled here. We'll try and take a live hit from the Delhi airport. Just a quick recap of what we know so far. There has been a massive crisis that has hit Indigo Airlines. Passengers have been stranded for hours put together. This is the 4th day when you're looking at a number of cancellations taking place. This morning, we're being told that over 200 flights that have already been cancelled so far. It's a cumulative figure that we're really looking at. Across India, Indigo flights have now been cancelled at a time when the airline has now been asked to immediately mitigate the crisis. Harsha is joining us on the phone line. Harsha, what's exactly happening? This at a time when the DGCA has categorically told Indigo that they need to sort out the issue. Is it about non-availability of crew members? Will that have a direct impact on other airlines too?
Yes, there will be collateral damage to other airlines as well, Shravan, because Indigo aircraft are occupying a lot of space in the bay, and that is the reason that major airplanes are not able to land at the Delhi and other terminals as well. But this decision has been taken keeping in mind that there's crew unavailability, and also many passengers are stranded at the airport. And to reduce the crisis right now, Indigo has cancelled all its flights from Delhi airport till midnight. That means till 11:59 p.m. in the night. All the flights from no flights from Delhi will depart from any other revenue sector of the Indigo flight, and that is the reason it has been stated today morning itself only. After the meeting today of the Indigo officials with the regulatory body, this decision has been taken, and finally it has been released for all the passengers to not arrive at the airport and cancel. And in fact, the full refund is also being offered by the Indigo. The passengers can directly go on their website, put on their PNR and ticket. They will be initiated the full refund, and everything is cancelled right now. All the flights from Indigo or from Delhi terminal is completely cancelled right now, Shravan.
Right. We'll just try and see if we can get a quick live reporter coming in from the Delhi airport. Shambhavi is joining us from outside Delhi airport. Shambhavi, what's the situation like? Have other airlines also made similar announcements? Because it does appear that it's going to have a clear ripple effect, at least if you simply go by the airline fares. There is already a repercussion that can be felt.
Flights stands cancelled till
passengers who were out.
Several aggrieved passengers who were out here talking to us, speaking about their experience about how miserable the entire situation is inside the airport, how miserable is the condition of the elders. They don't get water, they're not getting water, they're not getting food. One bottle of water is costing them 90 rupees. They've been stranded for days now. Every time Indigo, instead of actually cancelling the flight, because this comes as a new update that Indigo at once has cancelled all the flights till 11 p.m. Till now,
Well, in fact, these are the latest images now coming in of President Putin's convoy reaching Rashtrapati Bhavan. There's going to be a ceremonial welcome that's going to take place. You have all the dignitaries who are already present there. In fact, immediately thereafter, remember, around 11:50 this morning is when the bilateral talks that are going to take place between President Putin and Prime Minister Modi. As far as on the agenda, on the table, the negotiating table, there are a host of issues that are likely to be taken up. We're going to break it down in a short while from now with our experts who are joining us on this broadcast. But Abhishek, these images, the powerful imagery that we have seen yesterday, and that's been the biggest talking point. One, the surprise visit that was made by Prime Minister Modi receiving President Putin. In fact, Kremlin, which is quite uncharacteristic of Kremlin, actually putting out that message stating that even Kremlin was taken by surprise that the Prime Minister had come in. So it's a clear indication with all that we are going to see, the pageantry that we're going to see right now over the next couple of minutes from now. It's a clear reflection that no matter what, Ambassador Dayal, if I can bring you in, while many commentators have been talking about the fact that we have to do the tightrope walking right now, particularly given the fact on the one side you have the biggest trading partner and one of the biggest arms supplier, and the tightrope walking still happens. But it seems that there is a clear messaging really coming out from yesterday and today itself.
A very clear message which comes across, and that is that India reaffirms its strategic autonomy and that it will deepen relations with Russia to the extent it suits us, regardless of Western pressure, particularly US pressure and sanctions. So this aspect of strategic autonomy is one that cannot be overlooked. You know, President Putin's visit is frankly a continuation of regular high-level exchanges and is driven by mutual strategic interests. And this is a message also which goes across. And the fact that we are keen to foster a multipolar world order is something that we have always tried to emphasize. So this visit reinforces the special and privileged strategic partnership that has been a consistent factor of stability in international relations. And it has allowed India to pursue its national interests on the global stage. So ultimately, the visit, as you put it, is a test of India's diplomatic skill in balancing its historic friendship.
Sorry to be interjecting. I think President Putin has arrived at the forecourts of the Rashtrapati Bhavan, because I can see in the pictures President Murmu and Prime Minister Modi getting up from the chairs. The delegations have risen. They have risen from their chairs. I think, yes, so they are positioning themselves to receive President Putin arriving just in a bit. Exactly in a moment, which is 90 seconds, President Putin should be there. The car pulling in, the whole cavalcade we saw coming in from the Vijay Chowk up the Raisina Hill. And we can hear in the that sounds the 21 gun salute, booming guns. Yes, and the presidential bodyguards serenading the president of Russia, Vladimir Putin.
Security.
Главный стратегический союзник Нарендра Моди преддверии саммита на высоком уровне отношения между странами, что называется, прошли на государственном уровне, движется подтвердить ранее достигнутые договоренности и вывести отношения на качественно Главный стратегический союзник России преддверии Нарендра Моди преддверии саммита на высоком уровне отношения между странами, что называется, прошли видит Владимира Путина на государственном уровне, подтвердить ранее достигнутые договоренности и вывести отношения на качественно новый уровень.
श्रीमान अंतर सेना सम्मान गार्ड
निरीक्षण के लिए हजरत।
So President Putin there introducing his delegation to President Draupadi Murmu and Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Remember, this is the most high-powered delegation that's been coming from the Russian side in recent memory. And 9 cabinet ministers, including First Deputy Prime Minister Monterov, including the Finance Minister, including the Defense Minister, including the Health Minister, including the Home Minister or the Interior Minister of Russia. And they are all being introduced, including the chair of the Federal Bank there, and of course the corporate leadership, which is not present here. This is official delegation. President Putin explaining some bit of it and who's who there, and giving good explanation there, it seems, President Putin. Yeah, so Ms. Shankar, coming to you now. You're looking at these pictures and President Putin there having a very engaging conversation with President Murmu.
Yes, I think, it's quite clear that in terms of the messaging, it shows the warmth of the relationship between the two countries as well as the leaders. Prime Minister Modi's special gesture to go to the airport to receive President Putin riding back with him in the limousine to the dinner, private dinner. I think all these are very special gestures. And of course, this is the largest Russian delegation which has come with all the cabinet ministers who might have something to do with the relationship included in the delegation, and a huge 70-member business delegation as well. So it is something which shows that the two countries attach importance to their relationship. Now, Russia has been a predictable and reliable partner of India over these years, particularly in defense and strategic sectors. The economic relationship was somewhat thin till India started buying energy from Russia, which actually became available because Europe began to cut back its energy imports from Russia. Now, today we are at a juncture because of US secondary sanctions. There may be a reduction in Russian oil imports into India, especially by our private sector companies, many of whom have larger exposure to the US market. So what can the two countries do together to ensure that the economic relationship can be given new direction and that there can be new areas of cooperation? For India particularly, I think it's important to increase our exports, because we were exporting only $5 billion to Russia, while they exported about $63 billion to us in largely energy. But obviously, at a time when we are under trade pressure from America, I think it would be particularly meaningful if we can find ways that Russia buys more from India, and they are looking at ways of increasing India's exports of agricultural products, shrimps, also electronics, and so on. So I think there is an opportunity here to give new direction, to broaden the economic relationship. The second aspect is, what do we do on the strategic side?
Yes, ma'am.
And here I think defense has always been an important area. Russia still accounts for 36% of our defense imports. And of course, there are a huge amount of legacy systems which our armed forces are still using of Russian origin. Now, with India's emphasis on Make in India, what is it that we can do together?
Right.
And here, BrahMos is a perfect example of a joint, which was jointly funded by India and Russia, and jointly developed and produced. And it's become one of the most effective systems that India has.
So sorry to be interjecting. Actually, I have to just speak to the visuals because some ceremony seems to be happening there. I'm coming back to you just in a bit. So it seems that the formal introduction part is over now, and the leaders are moving again. There was a possibility of a soundbite. I think it has not happened, but these are pictures of the delegations, respective delegations being introduced to each side, to the other side, and these are pictures from the forecourts of the Rashtrapati Bhavan. Our panel continues to be with us. Very interesting panel. Former Ambassador to the United States, Meera Shankar, who was speaking a while back. Former Ambassador to Pakistan, Prabhu Dayal. And we also have former Ambassador to Russia, Ajay Malhotra. I'm going to go to him in a bit. But we are still staying with the pictures from forecourts of the Rashtrapati Bhavan. The President of Russia would be going to the Rajghat and pay his respects to the father of the nation, Mahatma Gandhi. On that note, okay, let me go to Mr. Malhotra. He's our former ambassador to Moscow. Mr. Malhotra, Meera Shankar was mentioning about the fact that till recently, okay, these are pictures of the Putin carcade coming down the Raisina Hill from in between the North Block and the South Block, heading to the Rajghat. We'll keep cutting back to those pictures even as we continue our conversation. Ambassador Malhotra, my question was that Was the relationship till recently skewed just in favor of defense? Now it has diversified into energy, but still the fact remains that the balance of trade is so against India in the relationship. So the focus now should be on correcting that wrong.
Certainly. I won't say correcting the wrong. I think our businessmen have to be a little more entrepreneurial and going in, trying to take advantage of the possibilities which are there. If you see, earlier the Germans, all the time the Chinese, they have made big inroads. And now with the Europeans vacating much of the Russian market, there are opportunities for us to step in. And sectors like auto, textiles, leather, pharma, IT services, looking at areas where we've come under pressure due to the American secondary sanctions also. I think these are things, this is an opportunity we should exploit. And if you look at the delegation, you have up there, for example, the head of Sberbank, which is the biggest bank in Russia, in terms of number of people who have accounts with them. And they're also looking very actively at doing things that might be helpful. For example, looking at exporting gold, for example. Russia is a major producer of gold. And to have a mutual fund so that Russian investors can also invest on the Indian market and benefit from it, and also government securities. So it's not merely trade. There are opportunities out there in other fields also, which need to be exploited by the government and by private sector structures also. When you look at the relationship, some of the figures that are there don't show up. For example, arms purchases don't show up. For example, diamonds don't show up, because those diamonds come via Brussels or Jerusalem to Surat. And otherwise, that would be another several $1 billion worth of imports that we get from Russia. And like that, there are several sectors, including oil and gas, for example. We have a very big investment in oil and gas in Russia, ONGC Videsh, for example, and some of our other companies, and have benefited a lot from those investments. Now, again, the oil that they get is as oil equity. And again, it doesn't therefore show up in trade that takes place between us. So it isn't that the relationship has been a stagnant one, but I think there are certainly opportunities to do more for our businessmen, and I would recommend them to take advantage, because when the situation opens up, if the Americans and the Russians reach agreement on the Ukraine issue, then they shouldn't be left lagging behind simply because they didn't get into position. Looking at Arctic and Arctic exploration and opportunities there, the Americans and Russians are already thinking of what to do together, including some of the American companies are trying to get back into the shares that they held in joint venture companies with the Russians. So there is a huge opportunity out there. I would suggest that they don't miss out on it. Instead, this is an opening that our businessmen should very pragmatically take advantage of. Get prepared with your situation of what you want to do, and then when things open up, then you can move again a lot faster.
Aspects which we'll continue to discuss all through the day as to why this has happened. Maybe some of the blame can be put on the sanctions regime, because of which the entrepreneurs on both the sides have issues, carrying on with the trade and investment. We are very soon going to get pictures from the Rajghat, because it doesn't take much of a time for a VVIP carcade to travel from Rashtrapati Bhavan to the Rajghat. It should be happening just a bit. But coming to you, Ambassador Dayal, the Pakistan dynamic. If there is one relationship which has never played the Pakistan card with us, I mean, the Chinese, all were the friends of Pakistan, Americans, of course, always, triangulating between India and Pakistan, so the West. The Russians have never done that. You think that's one very steady part of India-Russia relationship? Even as Ambassador Dayal speaks, these are pictures coming in live from Rajghat. Any moment now, President Putin arriving and would be paying his floral tribute and respects to the father of the nation. Ambassador Dayal.
First of all, let me clarify that I have not served as ambassador to Pakistan, though you introduced me as such. I served in Pakistan when I was in my 20s as a consul in Karachi. Having clarified that, let me say that the Russians have always been sensitive to our concerns as regards Pakistan. On the other hand, China and Pakistan have an all-weather friendship, and the United States has allowed Pakistan to cozy up to it, despite the fact that Pakistan is recognized internationally as the hub of global terrorism. The United States is fully aware that Pakistan promotes terrorism. In fact, they very well know the deep connection which Pakistan had with Osama bin Laden, who in fact was shot in Abbottabad, just a mile away from the military academy. So knowing all this, the Americans use Pakistan for their interests and allow Pakistan to come close to them, as indeed Trump is doing. The recent overtures which Pakistan has made towards America and vice versa are baffling, because they underline the personal interests as regards business of President Trump. He has the interest in the cryptocurrency business, he has an interest in real estate, and that is making him overlook the most dangerous dimensions of Pakistan. So, Russia has not done that. Russia has always remained a good and consistent friend for us. Russia has been a steady partner. In fact, it has helped us in every way possible with regard to the transfer of defense technology. Of course, we have a close defense partnership with the Americans, but they are very tight when it comes to transfer of technology, whereas the Russians are much more forthcoming, and they suit our ambitions of Make in India defense projects. So the Russians, as I said, are maintaining a more steady and a closer relationship with us, and are sensitive to our concerns as regards Pakistan. Whereas, on the other hand, both China and the United States use Pakistan for their own interests, which doesn't go very well with us.
Yeah. Ambassador Veerashankar, if I can just quickly bring you in, because what we also witnessed just about a few hours ago was when French President Macron arrived in China, and this was largely a push that is also being made by the European countries to bring around President Putin. Do you think that would also be, feature majorly as far as the talks that are going to happen today in terms of what happens to the future of the peace talks?
I was trying to make, but I was cut off twice, that there are two aspects to the relationship. One is what is the new direction you can give to strengthening the strategic areas of economic cooperation between India and Russia, and there you'll have a roadmap. And the second, really, from the point of view of the two countries, would be what is happening in Ukraine and the prospects of peace there, because the US has accelerated its efforts to find a peaceful solution to the Ukraine conflict, bring about an end. It had put forward a 28-point roadmap, or a peace plan, which the Ukrainians and the Europeans have spurned. They didn't like it. They said it was too weighted in favor of Russia. It was amended, and the new plan has been discussed with the Russians, who have said that there are some areas where there is convergence, but the crucial question of territory remains open. So for India, I think it's important that there is progress in terms of peace in Ukraine, because at some level we are bearing the brunt of the fallout from the worsening of relations and the military conflict between the West, between NATO, the US and NATO, and Russia on the other hand, in Ukraine. And peace opens up the possibility of reintegration of Russia into the global economy, therefore making it easier for India and Russia to navigate their economic relationship. So I think these are the two crucial questions really on the table. As far as the peace plan is concerned, India is not a player. we really are someone who wishes the peace process well. So we will hear President Putin out, and we will hear his concerns and how he sees it developing. Of course, we will also look at what we can do in strategic areas with Russia in line with our desire to build our own defense capabilities. So the defense minister, Rajnath Singh, has said that because we are trying to promote production in India, there is scope for the two countries to work together on niche technologies. And here we have a concern which has arisen from Russia's extension in the military conflicts, that our deliveries have been delayed. So how can they be speeded up? 2 batteries of S-400s are still due to be delivered. And we would probably like to order 4 or 5 more batteries, but it's a question of when they would arrive and what the delivery schedule would be. The Russians have offered us Su-57 5th generation stealth fighters. There'll be some discussions on this. It's a bit premature for decisions. And as I mentioned, civil nuclear energy, especially small modular reactors, where Russia is the only country which has actually an operational SMR today, floating one. These are roughly going to be the areas which we focus on, but also a mobility pact which will allow Indian workers to go to Russia. And the Russians have just ratified, the Russian parliament has just ratified the reciprocal extension of logistic support between the two countries. And we will look at how we can activate more frequently the new, Vladivostok to Chennai maritime corridor and other connectivity projects which will enable more trade and
Ambassador Shankar, ma'am, very sorry to be interjecting again, but we have to keep in mind the fact that continuous pictures, live pictures are also coming as we continue to discuss this. Stay with us, and we have to tell the viewers what's really happening, because they would be interested in this bit also. President Putin has arrived at the Rajghat. There is going to be a wreath-laying ceremony, paying of floral tributes as it happens, and everything is ready. President Putin has gone inside, and he's coming out on the other side into the Rajghat area. Yes, there he is. Leslie.
राघव राजा राम पतित पावन सीताराम रघुपति राघव राजा राम पतित पावन सीताराम
सेकंड का हो गया ना तो हो गया अरे हट पीछे करके
आराम से कर लो ना, तुम चार तो आदमी हो।
ये जूम करके कर लेते तो सब हो गया। एक सेकंड बोलो सेकंड में अंदर देख रहे हो, सुनो भैया बीच में कौन दूसरा यार पास में किसी होता उससे ज्यादा थोड़ा लो यार आप एक मिनट रुको
All right, so those were pictures of President Putin paying his respects to the father of the nation, Mahatma Gandhi, at the Rajghat. He also signed a tributes book with his comments on the occasion, and now I believe he has left or already leaving, and that brings to end the ceremonial welcome part as it goes very protocol driven in the morning. From here, he is heading straight to the Hyderabad house where the two leaders are going to have delegation level talks. That's for about a couple of hours, following which there would be a joint statement. And Shawan, we can in fact now let the leaders meet at Hyderabad house. Till then, focus on what's really happening across the country, particularly the chaos at the airports.
Well, we'll do that in a short while from now, as we're getting in more news as far as the aviation crisis that's looming large right now. Just to quickly stay with these images that are coming in from Rajpath, and thereafter both the leaders head to Hyderabad house for the bilateral talks to take place. In terms of what are we to really expect on the agenda, in fact, there are also reports now coming in from the Russian side with regards to the nuclear push that is expected in the meeting that's going to take place. Some reports also suggesting, Abhishek, that perhaps from the Indian side, the peace talks are also something that may figure in the talks that are going to take place between both the leaders. Kremlin, on the other hand, has basically indicated that in terms of the agenda, following is what they're expecting them to talk about. One is the SMR pitch that Russia is essentially making with regards to the nuclear proliferation. And the second is with regards to energy. In fact, some talks are happening as far as the ruble-rupee trade is concerned. And there was stumbling block in the ruble-rupee trade is concerned. That we are being told is also going to be ironed out. So some headlines expected to really emerge in the next few hours. These are the images now coming in from Rajghat, and in a short while from now, both the leaders would be reaching Hyderabad house.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
सर थोड़ा सा पीछे आ जाएंगे सर, सर इसके बैरिकेड के पीछे आ जाएंगे।
Upon the arrival of Russian President Vladimir Putin, Prime Minister Narendra Modi surprised everyone by personally receiving him at Delhi's Palam airport. This is a rare gesture that moves away from the standard diplomatic protocol, where normally a minister or senior official welcomes a visiting head of state. President Putin landed in Palam Airport at 7 p.m., where a red carpet was rolled out as a welcoming gesture.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
And Europe, all of a sudden, wants to start a war. And if it does start a war, then very rapidly there might be a situation where we have no one to negotiate with.
When Russian President Vladimir Putin warned that if Europe starts a fight...
This is Republic Jack Oliver's studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I am Tanisha Avasthi. Let's get started.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
सर थोड़ा सा पीछे आ जाएंगे सर। सर इसके बैरिकेड के पीछे आ जाएंगे।
Upon the arrival of Russian President Vladimir Putin, Prime Minister Narendra Modi surprised everyone by personally receiving him at Delhi's Palam Airport. This is a rare gesture that moves away from the standard diplomatic protocol, where normally a minister or senior official welcomes a visiting head of state. President Putin landed in Palam Airport at 7 p.m., where a red carpet was rolled out as a welcoming gesture. Kremlin's
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.